Hey, what's going on, you guys? It's Dr. Hyena, and today I'm back with another video. Let's get this thing going. So, today we are going to be doing another Planet Zoo modding stream, and today we're going to be making a zebra, a mountain zebra. Um, I love plains zebras, but the model in game for the plains zebra, you guys have heard me talk about this before. It ain't good. It just looks like a fat pony with a triangular head, and not in the good way. So, yeah, that is quite a shame. Let me just send this to some of my friends real quick. Alright. Here, I'm gonna go on Discord. And then maybe we can voice chat it. Here. And voice chat. Alright, cool. So I'm gonna get started. Let's open up Blender. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you guys still see the starting soon too. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. Actually, okay. Yeah, I'll just share the live stream. Why not? Um so what are we gonna do? Well, actually before this, we have to extract the zebra files. So go into our silly little modding tools. Of course, they're not silly or little, but you get the idea. Yeah, it's loading up. I'm gonna have to shrink it down just in case, because I know Blender sometimes likes to show stuff that's not necessarily supposed to. A little more. Alright, that should be centered, which is what matters. Alright. So, as you can see, I was updating my Strike Hyena remaster. But that doesn't matter. What we're going to do is go into Content 0, which is the base game. Animals, horses, plains zebra. Let's do the male. Open. Cool. Now we're going to unpack all. Of course, we're not going to put in our leopard folder, that would be silly. Here, let's do new folder. We're gonna call it Zebra Mountain. This is gonna be a Hartman's Mountain Zebra. Alright, cool. So now we're going to import MS2 file, go downloads, go to that folder we just made, and wait for that to load. Alright, didn't take very long at all, very good. Oh my. Oh. Wow. Well, I guess that shows you what the default Planet Zoo zebra looks like. Yeah. It ain't great. Here, Okay, we can turn on the stripes to give it, you know, a bit more of a fair advantage, but I don't think that's gonna help a whole lot. Ew, yeah. Yeah. That is an ugly little zebra right there. Yeah. Wow. That's quite something. Okay. So obviously we're gonna redo the stripes because this is a different kind of zebra. Um, but you know, still have to adjust the model before we can do that. So we're gonna do a split screen. Oh, not that here. Oopsie daisies. Oh, alright, no problem. Alright, so here we've got our zebra. Now we're gonna just split screen. We can reference it a little closer if we have to later, but for now this should work. Oh, and of course, gotta make sure the symmetry is on. Yes. Okay, so we can see, you know, the dip in the back. It's very highly exaggerated, so we're gonna smooth that out a little bit. A little too chunky there, you know. And it still is, so yeah, we've got a bit more work to do here. Fakes is quite different. Wow, yeah, they made this thing like really, really chubby. I wonder why. Then again, that's like every base game animal except for the hyena was like really chubby. Like with the hyena, they just went really skinny for whatever reason instead, which didn't exactly work. Like, you know, the chunkier appearance would have actually helped for the hyena, but yeah, they didn't do that. So try not to exaggerate that dip in the back too much. Because again, that was an issue on the previous model. Fat zebra. Very, yeah. Definitely. Tail we can try to work on later. little bit leaner around here. And of course, Mountain Zebra's got that dewlap going on. Yeah, they made the head really, really strange looking. And I can kind of see what they're going for with this, but like it should definitely have a longer snout. Like here, I'm actually gonna bring down the dewlap a little more. Granted, this is with the mouth open, so it's a little different. But still kind of the same, basic idea. I'm gonna define the shoulders a little more, and the neck. And if you're wondering why the legs are like rotated like this, I honestly don't know. I did not make this model, like not from scratch anyway. But yeah, I don't know why they would model it like that. It's very odd. Gotta make sure the hooves line up though. Um, this is Equus quagga porcelli. No, I think this was the Grant's zebra. So Equus quagga bohemia, I believe. Or actually, I did read a paper. It was from like a couple of years ago. I read this, but apparently there aren't really any true subspecies of plains zebras. It's all really just about like individual or not individual, but like regional variation. Like that's why the ones further down in like southern Africa they get like the shadow stripes and stuff, and you had the quagga, right? But that was proven to just be a phenotype, so uh, the plains zebra subspecies aren't necessarily valid, as far as I'm aware. Like not according to the newer research, anyway. Granted, that was from 2019, so that could have changed. Um, but yeah, yeah. So hard to say, but that's kind of like uh, what I'm familiar with as far as that subject goes. Alright, so I guess that's pretty much it for the model edits. I might go back and adjust the face a little more later. Um, oh wait, yeah, I kind of ruined the belly a little bit. Let me just fix that and then get a little bit more down. And then a little more up and down and up and down and old modules that you're not using if that rig are able. I don't know what you mean by that. If you mean like this rig is available, no, I don't like this is just for modding for Planet Zoo. You can't use it in like other projects and stuff, so probably not. Oh, all right, Brendan. Sounds good. Oh yeah, and apparently, the mountain zebra, or sorry, the Hartman's mountain zebra, is a distinct species from the Cape mountain zebra, from what I remember. They used to be just one species, and they were like subspecies of the mountain zebra, but that's no longer like a valid taxon apparently. So yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, so this isn't a plain zebra remaster. This is a mountain zebra. I'm just using the base game plain zebra as a base. Oh,
There I am.
hello.
Hey there. Sorry. So let me get back on to the live here. So you're doing the mod for Plant Zoo for the Heartland Mountain Zebra?
Yes.
All right. All right. So I I was like watching you like do the um like the modeling for it, and I'm just like realizing how bad the Grant Zebra mod is.
Oh, yeah, it's no good. It's very bad.
Like I'm just like looking at this like what?
Yeah, they made it really obese. I don't know what's up with
Oh,
that.
it's not just that. It's the face.
Oh, yeah.
No. And I think you might have to resend me the link. I think it's getting kind of weird.
Oh, okay. Here, let me, let's see.
Yeah, it was just it's like looking at this like the face is really short and like especially since we have the Chbosky horse in game now, and that's a
Yeah.
stock that's a stockier animal.
Yep.
I'm just like looking at this like what in the world?
Yeah. I don't know what, like, with most of
I
the
am
base game animals, they're all like really strange looking, except for maybe the elephants and giraffe.
basically I'm thinking that my thought process is that the zebra is one of the first animals they modeled.
Yeah,
Easily.
probably.
'Cause I'm almost guaranteeing you that a lot of the images from the announcement trailer that they used because they're pre-render,
Yeah.
they may have ported,
Oh yeah.
which is odd, which is doubly odd because it's the lion.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, the lion in the trailer didn't look great, but it looked better than what we got in terms of the main.
Definitely, yeah. And like the face too a little bit. Like it looked, it wasn't great, but it was like a little bit better. But yeah. The main really doesn't look good.
Oh yeah, so I was kind of listening in on you talking about plain zebra subspecies too.
Yes.
So for people that don't know this either, so Equus quagga was actually not the original epithet for plain zebras.
Nope.
It was Equus actually Equus burchellii used to be what they were considered because at one point we thought that quaggas were their own thing.
Yeah.
Turns out they're not. Turns out they're also Equus quaggas also was named before Equus burchellii, so of course Equus quagga takes precedence through zoological nomenclature, hence that's why I call plain zebras that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not certain on the taxonomy for them either because I'm like
Yeah, I've heard all kinds of things.
because like you've got genetically distinct populations in East Africa and at least historically at least three in southern Africa
Right.
with the quagga, the Burchell zebra, and the Chapman zebra.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the Burchells and Chapmans look ridiculously similar, but
Yeah.
granted, to be fair, maneless zebras look similar to Grant zebras, just other than the mane length. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm just like I'm looking at it too, and it's like and then you see like the way the tail tuft looks as well.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot. They really didn't have access to the first shaders the current dev team has now.
Nope. And they didn't make what you call alpha planes either. So yeah.
Yeah, they don't. I, I think that debuted. I want to say it debuted with Wetlands with the Nile Leshway, but I don't know.
I
Or the Buffalo,
yeah, probably. I think so.
because I know that because they nailed the shaggy hair on the Leshway. I know that was something people were worried about,
Yeah.
and they nailed it with Nile Leshway too. I know it was an animal that was kind of out of left field, not as much as the water buffalo or really the caiman, um, but yeah, it's like oh they're asking about king cheetahs. Are you
Oh,
talking like Planet Zoo, or are you talking Into the Jungle? Because we already have a king cheetah in Planet Zoo.
correct. Yeah.
That was added, I think, in the update with Grasslands,
Yep. That's right.
alongside, I believe, another color morph for the reindeer that really doesn't add all that much. Black wolves, and it looks like a golden morph for the Asian black bear.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like also the other thing I've been meaning to ask, and I think I already know the answer to this. The dewlap on mountain zebras, that's only a thing on stallions, right? I think the mares don't really have that, right?
Uh, the mares slightly have it, but
Okay.
yeah, not very much. Oh, here I'm gonna be right back. So I might
All right. Okay.
Oh, hello there.
All right, I'm back.
Why am I adding the animals? Most of them are already in the game. Uh, I'm not like. Wait, what? Hang on. Mountain zebras aren't already in the game. Oh wait, no. Never mind. They're just talking about like random, stuff they found, like dynamite, I guess.
Hmm.
Interesting. Read my questions. I just did.
Mhm.
Uh, is this a
They,
zoo? Oh, go ahead.
no. Okay, so actually, to answer that person's question, this is just a modding stream for Planet Zoo. This is an
Yeah.
already pre-existing game.
Yep.
Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, he thinks that this is his like Doc's own thing. It's not. It's
Oh
literally
yeah,
just Planet
no,
Zoo.
not yet. I would love to make a zoo game later down the line, though. I think that would be great.
I am genuinely curious though as to like why two of the three surviving zebra species don't have stripes on the belly.
Yeah.
And they live on opposite sides of the continent, and they actually look quite different from one another,
Yeah.
uh, body wise. Um, yeah. So, if to people on the chat that aren't understanding what other zebra species I'm alluding to, it's the Grevy zebra.
Yep.
They also have a white belly, like the mountain zebras do, but plain zebras don't. I believe their stripes connect at the midline of the belly, from what I remember. For plain zebras, at least Grant zebras.
Yeah. I think all of them do to some extent. Burchell zebras sometimes they don't, like certain individuals. Um, but yeah, for the most part, they will connect at the belly.
Yeah. And unfortunately, there really aren't any zoos in the United States with any of the South African plain zebras. That
Nope.
seems to be something you'd have to go to Europe for.
Yeah.
So kind of weird that Grant zebras happen to be the ones that are basically in every zoo that has plain zebras. It's just Grant zebras.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I was at Busch Gardens, they made the joke that like what's it? Grant's zebras are the most photographed zebras. It's like yeah. I wonder why.
Hell, they put. I mean, hell, Marty's based off of it.
Yep.
And they call him plain zebra. I'm like, no, you know, we know what subspecies he's based off of. It's the one you're
Yeah.
going to see in his. McGritty is asking, yeah, we know what a Javan rhino is. There are absolutely none of those in captivity as we speak.
Yep.
There are less than 100 actually, and there are only one tiny island off the coast of Java,
Yeah.
which is just a fraction of 1% of their former range.
Yeah. It is quite a shame.
It is very sad. I mean, not to mention, it's going to be even sadder. Is that the last? I think I got this date correctly, but the last mainland Javan rhinoceros was shot and killed in 2017.
Oh wow, that recent.
Yeah, it was a cow that was being monitored. Yeah, she wasn't shot. She was actually killed. She got caught in a snare.
Oof.
And I think they ended up McGritty. So Amur leopards, that's a weird one because we don't know. These leopards as a whole had a subspecies cull.
Yep.
And a lot of northeastern Asian subspecies, like the North Chinese leopard, have been subsumed into the Amur leopard.
Yeah, they have. I've heard about that.
So we don't know how rare they are. We know that where we know that they were originally found in the Russian Far East. Yeah, they're still, I believe, less than either at or less than 100 individuals. But elsewhere in Asia, it's kind of harder to say. Like heck, we don't even know if there's any in North Korea because we have
Oh,
like no data on wildlife there. We know that they occurred both them and tigers occurred on the Korean Peninsula.
yep.
And we know that both were subsequently wiped out from South Korea. We don't know if they're still present in North Korea or not, just because of how locked down their stuff is there.
Oh yeah.
Um, so yeah, they're rare, but we don't know how rare. Is what I'm trying to say. So we don't know their population numbers exactly since they went through a subspecies cull. Same with tigers, lions, mountain lions. I guess to an extent, there's could be as many as 6 or as few as 2
Yep.
with those. So there's at least only one in North America, north of Mexico. So like even the Florida panther is no longer considered distinct.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
So they're kind of I think they're just being conserved more for the ecological value they have than anything,
Yeah.
as they are one of the southeast's last major terrestrial apex predators. So since red wolves aren't that much of a thing anymore, and
Yeah.
black bears really don't hunt frequently. So I
That,
mean, at that point, all you have left is alligators, and even then,
yeah, they're much more opportunistic and very very niche in that
they
only in the water
they
really.
they tend to prefer turtles.
Oh yeah.
So that's another thing. They tend to prefer they will take down prey as large as feral pigs and deer, but they do tend to prefer turtles. So
Turtle soup.
yeah, it's like almost every time you see a pictures or a video of predation, if it's anything, it's a turtle.
Yeah.
Much more morbid bit is if it's not a turtle, it's usually another alligator. But
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
because they are very heavily cannibalistic, so
Yeah.
which is interesting because they make very good parents.
Oh yeah, they do. They do.
Alligators, like crocodilians as a whole, it kind of varies from my understanding because I think Temistoma is just kind of put them in a hole and leave them.
Oh,
That's kind of that end of the spectrum. And the other end, you've got basically all of the alligator family, including caimans,
I see.
that are terrific parents. Like you see the meme of the Florida swamp cat and her swamp kittens. That's not an alligator. That's actually a spectacled caiman.
Oh.
So yeah, they're very good. Basically, all living members of the alligator family are really good parents. Crocodiles, it's kind of a spectrum. I think it's dependent on what the environment is and what's around them.
That,
Because
that would make sense.
certain species like American crocs, it depends on where they're at. They may stick around nests, but they're not really as maternal. But
Hmm.
if you go to Africa, or you go into Australia and the Pacific, saltwater crocodiles and Nile crocodiles are very good parents.
Yeah, yeah, I heard about. You know what? What's it? When I was little, you remember that show Wild Kratts?
Yes.
Yep, that's what got me into knowing about like how maternal they are.
Yeah. With American crocodiles, we know quite a bit about them though, because in Florida at least, because they're very heavily monitored because they're endangered.
Yeah.
They're not critically endangered anymore, which is quite nice, but they're still endangered.
Uh.
You can thank the Turkey Hill nuclear power plant for basically saving them.
Wait, what? What
Well,
happened there?
it's because the output. It's because there's two reasons. It's a two-pronged reason. All the environment around it's protected,
Hmm.
so there's wildland everywhere, including mangrove in estuaries and mangroves where crocodiles like to hang out.
Oh.
Also, and this is actually not just beneficial to animals like crocs, but also manatees. The water from the cooling ponds is rather warm and is pumped out. That means there's warm water in that area year round.
Interesting.
So crocs and manatees can stay there in winter,
Oh, okay, okay.
which is why crocs breed there. There we go. But yeah, crocs. Yeah, that's why crocs will actually breed there, and that's why manatees spend their winter there
I see.
because they're both animals that are very, very sensitive to cooler temperatures as tropical species are. So
Oh, yeah.
I also learned an interesting thing due to a very, very sad reason.
Oh.
Is that green iguanas actually have not ranged outside of the cities there.
Oh.
They've not ranged into the swamp, and that's probably due to the fact that a lot of the native plants there, even some of the invasive ones, really aren't things they are going to eat.
Mm.
I found that out through people basically saying that as such due to, I don't know if you guys know, but there's a fiasco going on with the Florida Wildlife Commission regarding them wrongfully euthanizing somebody's snakes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so they more actual body cam footage from from officers was actually released
Oh, no.
from a visit prior to this incident. Which is, I'm not gonna say it's what happened, but it's leaning towards that there might be an entrapment lawsuit coming in.
Oh.
Yeah, FWC screwed up pretty bad, on multiple fronts.
Hmm.
So that'll be interesting to see as that unfolds. But I know that there is a lawsuit ongoing right now already
Oh, wow.
about not just this, but a few other things going on in Florida right now.
Yeah.
It put a spotlight that the FWC probably didn't want on them.
Hmm.
So, but granted, if you've seen on the zoology Discord, I have shared a lot of material for Gaming Hyena's bad zoology takes and stuff.
Yeah.
Man, people can be real sociopaths when it comes to snakes.
Yep.
It's kind of unfortunate.
It is. It is.
There we go. Check this here.
I do like snakes, actually, personally.
Well, you guys can't have them where you live, so...
Nope. Definitely not. Actually, no, there have been people who have, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Most of them have been captured, or, well, I hope so. But apparently, like, there's Australian, like, brown tree snakes in here. And then there's, like, boa constrictors that people have as pets that sometimes get out.
Oh, yeah, accidental escapes are one thing, and especially since you guys live on an island, it's pretty reasonable not to have them there.
Yeah.
That we've seen what happened in Guam when brown tree snakes were accidentally introduced. And that's likely how they got to Hawaii too, is through cargo.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just stowed away. It's just kind of what happened there. And that's what happened with Guam. That's why that's part of the issue that's going on there. And why a lot of their birds, and why actually I think that's why their native flying foxes are gone too. So is due to brown tree snakes. Because I think compared to their native range in New Guinea and northern Australia, they are actually quite a bit larger in Guam.
Oh.
Due to the mix of rich resources and lack of sufficient predators.
Mm.
Because all Guam has for predators is like a single native species of monitor lizard.
Oh, wow.
And that's it. That's all they have in Guam. So that's really... Oh, you're getting an argument in chat.
Uh-oh.
Guys, calm down. McGritty, if you're trolling, please stop. That's not funny.
That look easy AF. Yeah, but also no. Like you can see, sometimes like it doesn't necessarily line up correctly, and you get like some fuzzy spots like over there. So yeah, it does take quite a bit of time to actually fix that.
Oh, oh yeah, you're talking about putting actual textures onto.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's gonna be kind of interesting because of how the at least the base game for textures work.
Yeah.
It'll be kind of interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, look, it's looking quite nice so far.
Thank you.
That's actually an interesting thing. I'm looking at the face of the zebra.
Yeah,
Have
I
we
don't know
actually
why.
encountered
Oh, go ahead.
have we encountered piebaldism in zebras?
Oh,
Each
yes, in Zorses.
Oh, right, because of the hybridization thing.
Yeah.
Because they're hybridized with domestic horses, and that's why that happens.
Yeah. But as for wild ones, I have no idea. Possibly though.
Because I mean, you get the white albinos, the golden ones,
Yep.
and then you get the pseudomelanistic ones, which are basically mostly like the one that basically made the rounds a couple years ago.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
think was that one. I'm trying to remember. Was that Masai Mara or Serengeti?
Masai
So it
Mara.
was a Grant Masai Mara, yeah. So it was like it was a Grant zebra. So
Yeah.
and it was that one. And I don't even know if that animal's still around, to be honest with you. It's a wild one.
Me neither. It probably isn't. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
say for sure, but then again, the leucistic one survived, so I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what's weird. The leucistic and the golden albinos tend to do fine,
yeah,
but I'm not sure how pseudomelanism would work.
mm,
So, because I know that a major reason why zebras have as extensive of stripes as they do is due to as basically as repellent
yep,
for insects. I mean, I guess it kind of works too to kind of confuse larger predators when they're running,
yeah,
but well, and 'cause I think it's partly due to the fact you can't pick one out from the other,
yeah,
which definitely is going to be hard to do if you're a predator with red-green color blindness like a lion
yeah,
or spotted hyenas.
hmm,
But I mean, like, so here in Arizona, we have a species of snake called California king snake. I think you've probably seen pictures of them.
yep,
They're black and white banded, and they're probably
yes,
one of the most common snakes we have here in the Phoenix area. I've found them numerous times. But when they move, and they can move rather quickly, their colors kind of blend together a little bit and kind of come off as like greenish.
oh, interesting,
So I'm like wondering if it's just a part of a way to kind of dazzle and confuse predators. Which is interesting because king snakes are major predators themselves of other snakes.
hmm,
In fact, somebody on my Facebook had actually recently sent a video of a king snake, and that was unfortunately stressed out and actually regurgitated a gopher snake nearly its size.
yeah,
So yeah, snakes will do that when they're stressed out. They will feel like if they feel threatened, they'll regurgitate if they've recently eaten, they'll regurgitate their meal to facilitate escape.
oh yeah,
So, but yeah, and which really sucks because like the animal went through the effort and
yeah,
bring down the food that it and then went through the effort to eat it.
yep,
You know, and yeah, it's so. But and then I've seen like pictures upon pictures of them eating younger rattlesnakes too.
uh,
Which fun fact: the common king snake species complex is actually immune, I believe, to all the pit viper venom here in North America.
wow,
It's kind of parallel, funnily enough, to opossums.
oh yeah,
They're
that's
the,
right,
they're the same way. The only snakes they're not immune to are coral snakes,
mm,
which makes sense because they're a completely different branch. Because they're lapids, so coral
yeah,
snakes are. So, granted, they're also a snake that no matter where you are in their range, you're not going to see them very often.
hmm,
Like the ones you see the least are, funnily enough, the ones that we have here in Arizona, which are the smallest of the three. So,
yeah,
and if you're going, say, to Florida or something, you guys have eastern corals, and those are actually the largest.
yep,
They're also obligate snake eaters. People don't know that.
oh
That's all
wow,
they eat is other snakes.
oh very cool. Zebra
So
Lee
that's
Master. No, this is different species. This is mountain zebra.
Yeah, this isn't because the one in game's Grant Zebra or
Yep.
Plain Zebra if you go by Planet Zoo.
Yeah.
Zoopedia, but which is weird because they've done that before too with other species. Like the African buffalo, they used to have is the Cape buffalo,
Oh
and is
yeah.
what they base it off of, obviously too. And then like the dhole too is the Usuri dhole, which is basically the one that's throughout the most of mainland Asia.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's another animal that went through a subspecies cull.
Oh really, Doles?
Yeah, they basically there's the Usuri dhole. There's a couple of subspecies in the Tibetan Plateau in northeastern China. Not the same ones as the ones that we have in captivity, but those are also Usuri dholes, the ones in captivity that we have from China.
Oh.
Those are a different population, but there is ones from like Tibet and then ones from like the northern, very northeastern, like I think bordering like Russia or Mongolia.
Hmm.
And then of course then there's a subspecies in Sumatra, but that's about it.
I see.
As far as my knowledge carries me on that. They used to be like split by like geographic boundaries and stuff for a while.
Hmm.
Frankly, I think the only ones that are the ones that live in the Gobi and the Tibetan Plateau and Sumatra. I think those are the only ones.
Oh, okay.
And those are very basic geographic boundaries because ones. So you got Gobi Desert, Himalayas, and then of course there's ocean between the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra. So
Right. I see.
and speaking of that, I'm kind of shocked. The funny that the two gibbons we have in game have basically the same ranges.
Oh really?
Yeah, siamungs and lar gibbons both live on the Malayan slash Thai Peninsula and Sumatra. So
Oh wow.
they basically have the same range,
I see.
which is kind of interesting. I mean, it made sense though. We got the lar gibbon though, because that was like the most
Yeah.
highly requested. It was probably one of the most highly requested primates on that meta wish list.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope we see a baboon next DLC at this point.
Yeah.
Let's just hope we see that. I mean, that would be nice.
Yep. Baboon and Dick were mentioned, so maybe those two.
Maybe, yeah. Old country's thinking we're getting another dog and another cat, which would make sense.
Yeah.
I know that one of the options thrown around for a drylands one would be coyote,
Oh yeah, Coyote
which
Peterson.
would be well, coyotes. I'm fine with them. I mean, they're an animal that we have a lot here in Arizona.
Yeah.
They're one of the more common wild species you're going to see here.
Hmm.
Oh, also, speaking of coyotes, hear the story of the two black coyotes in Oakland?
No.
Turns out they weren't coyotes, they were just domestic dogs.
Oh wow.
They were it looks like they were either black they looked like they were black Malinois,
Hmm.
which I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, I know black coyotes exist, but they're not common.
Yeah.
And
I see.
Granted, I also don't know where that. I'm also curious if those melanistic genetics are the same reason came from the same reasons that melanism came to gray wolves in North America,
Hmm.
because they actually interbred with domestic dogs back at like the end of the Pleistocene.
Yeah.
So, and that's why we're the only part of the world that have wolves that have black ones in the wild population.
Oh.
I think it's probably the same reason why we have white ones in various packs too, that aren't further north than the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. I remember being like so surprised when I found out that it was actually Canis familiaris instead of like Canis lupus familiaris. Like I didn't know they
Oh
were.
yeah, that's been debated for years.
Yeah.
I still list them as subspecies.
I see.
So it's the same reason I still list dingoes as subspecies rather than their own thing.
Yeah.
Like they're derivatives of wolves. That's the same that kind of goes basically. Now, granted, it's a little harder to distinguish with cats because
Oh yeah.
they are technically Felis libica because they're descended from African wildcats, but we don't really we their domestication's kind of muddy as it is.
Very muddy. Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
They were probably quite literally the second species that ended up becoming domesticated after dogs.
Yeah.
So, because they
Oh, I
went
thought
they
that was
were
goats actually.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I heard somewhere that like goats were pretty high up on that list, but I could be wrong. Like I remember
A,
back in like my U.S. history class, we watched this like documentary that was kind of about that.
I think a lot of horses were around the same time too. Actually,
Yeah.
yeah, horses. I don't remember if cattle were. Yeah, I could see sheep and goats being around the same time.
Yeah.
I'm thinking cattle, because cattle were domesticated independently.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah,
See,
because
they
they came
were
from the aurochs.
yeah, the two different subspecies of aurochs. So you have the ones from the taurine cattle from Eurasia
Mm-hmm.
and somewhat Africa, and then the zebu, the zeboid or zebu cattle type cattle
Right.
from India, which are from actually two separate subspecies of aurochs. Africa is kind of a weird one because both subspecies have been introduced.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
we don't even there are a lot of like even like endemic breeds like Ankle Watusi. We don't know which one they are or if they're both.
Hmm.
Because zebus are pretty prevalent in parts of Africa, Madagascar too, actually.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um,
Madagascar I knew about. Yeah.
too actually. And but then again, there are also taurine cattle in parts of Africa, but they're not as common.
Hmm.
Unless, like I say again, unless Akola Watusi are taurine cattle, which would be interesting because they'd be among the few taurine breeds from Africa if that's the case.
Yeah.
Because they're predominantly most breeds that weren't recently developed were predominantly European in terms of taurine cattle, at least. And then you've got the zebu type cattle from India.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting how that works. Like how we've like, selected certain breeds to like, fulfill certain purposes and stuff.
hmm I'm trying to remember what they bred zebu for because most parts of Eastern Africa where they raise cattle, they're not killing them.
Yeah.
So they're raising them for mostly milk, but they also, at least Maasai tribes, at least used blood of their cattle too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's they don't kill their cattle, so that's other than that, most of their diet is very vegetable based. So
Yep.
beyond what they use from their cattle, and that might be due to partly the fact that they use cattle as currency.
Oh yeah, 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 that's right.
That might be why they don't kill them. Which is probably also why they used to kill lions quite regularly.
Yep. Yeah, that's how
To
you
be
became a
having,
man back in the day.
oh yeah, no, they don't do that anymore. They're actually that's by the way that's how you change the perception of an animal. By the way, in the eyes of people that live with them,
Hmm.
that's a success story right there. Is turning Maasai from killing lions to actually protecting them.
Yeah, yeah.
That is something that any country can should strive to do with their large predators.
Yeah.
But that also involves compensating people for livestock losses due to depredation,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
which is easier said than done.
Definitely.
Yeah, the I remember that I'm trying to remember what part of Africa they did, but they actually brought in herd guardian dogs. I'm trying to remember which breeds, if it was Anatolian Shepherds or Kangal, but they did that to kind of alleviate depredation from cheetahs,
Oh, interesting.
and that works,
Yeah.
which isn't a surprise because if cheetahs see that, they're like, I'm gonna go elsewhere.
Yep.
Um, yeah, I think if a desert pack were to come out, what would they do the walkthrough exhibit?
uh, some kind of bird, I think. Maybe road.
Yeah,
Maybe roadrunner.
I would see Roadrunner actually as a habitat animal, surprisingly.
Actually, wait. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, because they don't fly. I mean, well, they do fly, but like,
they don't like flying.
yeah,
They can fly. They're reasonably good flyers. They just choose not to most of the time.
I see.
They choose to run rather than fly. But yeah, Old Country and I discussed this earlier today. We had a few options pop up. Would be hummingbirds, burrowing owls, various smaller desert desert dryland species of parrots, and
Oh
then
yeah.
finches / weaver birds, and then finches / weaver birds. Those are all viable options because I don't see burrowing owls being a habitat animal. Unlike roadrunners, I don't see burrowing owls being like that.
You know, I
And you
do
can-
actually. I could because some zoos actually mix them with prairie dogs. Funny enough, like Fort Worth, I think does it.
I'd have to ask Old Country that. He's probably seen that one before.
Yeah. What's it? You know, Ludicrous Cunning Fox, the guy that made Wild Savannah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he goes to Fort Worth Zoo a lot. I think he's
Okay.
Yeah, he's in that area. He has like a video. I think it's on his channel. It's just called like random animal footage or something, and it's from that zoo. Yeah.
So actually the Phoenix Zoo mixes and they have a walkthrough for burrowing owls, but they also have roadrunners in there. So
Yeah.
and they also have a turkey vulture in there too, but it's mostly the burrowing owls and the roadrunners.
I see.
They both species have bred successfully in there. So
Oh, interesting.
last year we had a lot of roadrunners. We had I think 4 or 5 roadrunners in that exhibit. So because they had a lot of babies last year, so
Oh, that's cool.
that's quite nice.
Yeah.
And then we've had 6 burrowing owls in there now for the past few years because we had a pair, and then they ended up having 4 babies.
Oh, interesting. That's good.
I think a few of them have moved on to other zoos, but
That would make sense. Yeah. Eventually, I mean, not all, but quite a few probably have to.
yeah. Well, yeah. And actually, burrowing owls are present on both sides of the pond in captivity,
Yeah.
from my memory. Nigel Marvin has one as a pet, so
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, he has one named Digger, which is kind of funny seeing somebody having a burrowing owl. It's like, I'm almost certain that Marvin takes care of the owl very well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They generally don't make good pets though for most people.
Uh,
Owls in generally don't. Burrowing owls are probably the best of them due to their size and their diet, but
yeah.
most owls generally don't.
Yeah, I see.
They're messy. They're hormonal during nesting season, and they can be dangerous depending on the size.
Yeah, definitely.
The largest species I've actually been around with unprotected contact has been great horned owls. So I mean,
I see.
and it's fun being in an enclosure with a dozen of them and not hearing a single wing beat. So
Yeah, that's right.
there's that. So you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel just in case one decides to pick a fight with you and you don't hear it coming.
Oh god.
it's interesting, especially if it turns out you're like trying to take care of a foster family and the foster parents are not liking people in the enclosure.
Oh no.
And you're talking about a raptor that has probably the strongest grip for its feet of any most of the birds of prey here in North America. So
Right. Oh.
I think there's about I think for great horned owl and snowy owl, it's about 400 pounds per square inch for their feet,
Wow.
which is almost up there with a golden eagle
Yeah.
in terms of the strength of the foot. So it's definitely something to kind of. I got lucky the one time I got footed because I was wearing gloves and it didn't actually puncture the glove.
Mm.
A lot of the people that said like they basically told me that I was lucky that like because they generally get through the seams of the glove with their talons.
Oh no.
So you have to, yeah. That was
Wow.
an angry one in a vet enclosure that was hurt pretty bad and was not having
I see.
what I was doing was probably the least worst thing that happened to it that day. So, which is me just having to grab him and stress him out for 5 minutes while someone cleans the enclosure.
Oh, sorry. I had to take off my headphones for a second.
Oh, you're fine. I really wish that this thing would just. I mean, I'm gonna have to probably refresh this page really quick because it's weird. Just do that. Fat Naked Jimmy Neutrons. Meanwhile, in India, they want to cull their tigers. Yeah, yeah, that bit.
Yeah, it's complicated.
That's why people have been very concerned about them reintroducing cheetahs.
Yep.
It's because they've been very weird with how they've been conserving big cats.
Yeah.
Notably, tigers and lions.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'm gonna close my door. My cat's crying. Hey. Okay. All right, there we go.
McGritty is a master troll in the PZ community. Wait, what?
Huh?
What are you for? What?
I've never heard
please
of him.
don't tell me. I've never heard of him, and I'm worried that it's because he goes by another name, by other names.
Is he a common hairy antbear by any chance?
I doubt it. I doubt it based on what I was seeing in there. I highly doubt it.
Common hairy antbear isn't so common or hairy.
I mean,
they're pretty hairy, but
well, and I guess it's common is relative.
yeah.
Captivity, it depends. There are some places that breed them, but other than that, they do pop up from the private sector from time to time, though.
Yeah.
Which I still find kind of interesting.
Wait, when you say private sector, you mean like as pets?
So to speak.
Wow.
Technically, I guess you can't say pet. You know that the United States has a really weird roadside zoo thing.
Oh, roadside. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah. There's also people that keeping like. I remember somebody mentioning trying to add chimpanzees to Into the Jungle as like a pet thing, and like how that's really such a bad idea.
Yeah.
If you understand how chimps work.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sent pictures of the aftermath of the most famous pet chimp attack because basically saying y'all made me do this.
Yep.
This is why having I have my other and as somebody who keeps reptiles, which are technically deemed exotic pets, I do have my issues with people keeping monkeys and lemurs.
Oh yeah.
and stuff like that. I do have my issues with that just because I understand them a little better and know that no private person's really going to have really have the ability to kind of fulfill all the needs.
Uh,
At least zoos can have them in decent enclosures with other members of their own species. Because my
yeah.
biggest issue with it is a lot of people treat them like children.
Yep.
And it's like, I really don't want to. Like, no. It's such a bad idea. Such a bad idea. Like I have a friend of mine who lives in just north of Houston, who's actually a casual Planet Zoo player. I was the one who actually got her into it.
Oh, cool.
And she sent these pictures to me because she works as a grooming in the grooming department at PetSmart.
Hmm.
Someone brings in a common marmoset,
Oh.
and I'm like, why? Why do they have a monkey?
Aren't they like endangered to some degree?
Common marmosets? I don't know.
I
There are
see.
there are other tamarins that are though, so that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like other common species in like the private sector include like cotton top tamarins, which are endangered.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I saw those at like Disney's Animal Kingdom and some
They're
other
pretty.
zoos.
They're common in captivity. I mean, they're not rare in
Yeah.
captivity, at least. Um, they're one of those. They're one of those tamarins though that has a very highly localized range,
Hmm. Oh, that's not
which is
good.
up in I think Colombia.
Oh, okay.
Phoenix Zoo has them, and so does Wildlife World Zoo, and
Yeah.
like yeah, it's interesting with like South America though is that a lot of species are highly localized.
Hmm.
Take like the two species of dart frogs we have in Planet Zoo, which is the lemons and the golden.
Yep.
They're both highly localized to very small patches of forest in Colombia as well.
Uh.
And both are endangered for that reason.
Yeah.
At Naked Jimmy Neutron, it's like lemurs are very easy to get if you know where you're looking. Same with tamarins, marmosets, and actually capuchins.
I
People
see.
used to keep. So here in Arizona, people used to have them as service animals, like like a dog or a horse.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Which I mean, until about 2000, and also people also used to have them as actual pets until about 2014, when Arizona was like, no. That same year, actually, they legalized the keeping of hedgehogs, so that was an interesting year.
How do you feel about that? Hedgehogs, like.
They're semi-domesticated, so I really don't have a problem with it.
I see. Because I was thinking about getting one. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah,
Like, oh my god, they're
yeah.
so fucking cute. Like,
You make sure they're socialized though, because
yeah.
if they're not, they're just gonna sit in a ball all the time and not do anything.
Yeah. I heard they only live
Just
like
be
5 years though.
Yeah, and I'm not certain as to why. I think they're I because like other species of hedgehogs, like in the wild at least, live for a lot longer.
Hmm.
Which again is really odd because these are technically a semi-domesticated animal.
Yeah, I think most people have like what, African pygmies?
Yeah, they're basically the four-toed hedgehog, which is the
Yeah.
domesticated four-toed hedgehog. Yeah,
Interesting.
there's more red-ruffed lemurs in captivity than in the wild. I believe that.
Yep, I've seen them at let's see, Busch Gardens, Brevard Zoo, Zoo Tampa. Um, I don't know if San Diego, maybe. I mean, I wouldn't be
Uh,
surprised.
so far for me, Wildlife World Zoo, Phoenix Zoo, San Francisco Zoo. I think Animal World Snake Farm New Front Braunfels, which is a roadside zoo.
Hmm.
I don't know what else. Maybe Dallas. Actually, no. Also, Cameron Park in Waco have
Yeah.
all of red ruffed lemurs, and then Phoenix. I've been to Phoenix, San Francisco, Wildlife World, and Reed Park, all black and white ruffed lemurs.
Uh.
So
Yeah, like at Brevard, they were like right by where you feed the Maasai giraffes, which was pretty cool to do.
Uh, oh yeah, yeah. You mentioned asking about that. Yeah, they still at Phoenix still have the giraffe feeding closed right now.
Uh,
It's been closed since the onset of COVID, and that's mostly now due to the fact there's construction going on near there for predator passage.
oh yeah, yeah.
So I mean, and granted, you can technically walk through that area.
Hmm,
I mean, I have it, so I was able to actually see the progress of the area.
I see.
Yeah, they're essentially done with a good portion of it, sans the vulture and Red River Hog exhibit.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they also repainted the area they remodeled on the former fennec fox habitat. So I'm curious as to what they're going to put in there.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, fortunately, great apes really aren't easy to come by anymore.
oh
Though
yeah.
there are, though there are people that do keep them still, and I'm like, oh, why have we not learned from the Travis incident?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like there's even like niche parts of the reptile community where I'm like I'm fine with it to an extent. Like people that keep like crocodilians and
Yeah.
like, venomous snakes, I'm fine with it to an extent, but like crocodilians, like especially large species, really don't make good pets.
Oh, definitely not. No, no,
As a,
no,
as
no, no,
a
no.
as a whole, they don't make good pets, but especially the larger species just don't.
Yeah.
I mean, even dwarf caimans can do damage.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, they're comparable in size to many of the larger lizards that we see in captivity, but I think they probably could do worse.
Yeah, definitely. I have the jaws for it.
They have the jaws for it. Yeah, that's the thing. And they're bulkier than many of the larger lizards too. I
Yeah.
mean, I think a male dwarf caiman can get over 40 to 50, 40 pounds.
Mm.
But, most lizards that at a healthy weight shouldn't get that big.
Yeah.
I think the only one that's probably at its size or larger might be a nice, healthy a male Asian water monitor or black throat monitor. But
Yeah.
other than that, really not much.
I see.
Um, yeah, monitor lizards are fine. I think a lot of monitor lizards are not kept correctly, though.
Yeah.
Savannah monitors are the ones that get it the worst because they're fed too much mice in captivity.
Oh, what are you supposed to feed them then?
They're actually insectivores.
Really?
Yeah, they eat in the wild in Africa. They actually prey a lot on not only like things like cockroaches, but also terrestrial crabs and giant land snails.
Oh, wow.
So really should be sticking to dubias. If you can get freshwater prawns or crayfish, they'll eat those too.
I see.
Because they actually, if you ever look up the skull of a Savannah monitor, they've got very blunt teeth
Ah.
and very even now monitors have more peg-like than like sharp serrated teeth, but
Mm.
they're also more generalist
I see.
because now monitors will eat anything. Technically, blackthroats will too, but they also lean more towards feeding on invertebrates as well.
Mm.
Oh, they also eat giant millipedes too
Oh,
in the
wow.
wild. They eat the giant millipedes. They actually will rub them against the ground to get them to expel the cyanide.
Ah.
This is the other thing. Monitors are not stupid. They're highly intelligent lizards, so
I see.
you need to make sure they're not bored. I mean, they're not parrot level bad when it comes to intelligence, but they're very bird like in intelligence, so it's something to kind of keep in mind.
Wow.
Cake Piku says, "Hi, I'm eating a cow."
Good.
We all do at
Yep.
some point in our week at this point.
Yeah. I ate a cow last
Well,
night, I think.
I ate one earlier, part of one earlier today. Are you kidding me? Granted, I it came from Panda Express, so it's honorarily meant to be a cow.
Yeah.
Panda Express, which is bastardized American and Americanized Chinese food.
Yeah, yeah, we've got plenty of those over here too.
Well, I'm not surprised it's a chain.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had yeah, that's like we got like better Asian places in Phoenix, but it's like lunch today. I was like, man, I'm not really.
Oh yeah, pretty much
Panda Express
everything
is
here.
closer.
Pretty much everything in Hawaii that's not like a Taco Bell or like pretty much everything is Asian places here because like
That's not a
that's half the
surprise.
people here.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of apart from native Hawaiian traditions, a lot of Hawaiian food is very Asian centered, anyways.
Yeah.
Like you guys have your own teriyaki. I mean, are you kidding? Like there is a distinct difference between like the Japanese teriyaki and the Hawaiian one, and generally the Hawaiian one's sweeter.
Yep. Yep. This is true.
I know that. I know that because we used to have a Hawaiian restaurant not far from me.
Oh, cool.
That's was really good and is now no longer open, unfortunately, which is kind of sad.
Ah.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of Hawaiian chain restaurants here in Phoenix.
Oh, cool.
So, I mean, I don't know how like national the chains are, but yeah, there's a lot of ones that like specialize in Hawaiian food,
Yeah.
which is nice. Um, yeah, like here in Arizona too, like it's like with that, like you talk about like the Asian stuff there. We have
Yep.
a lot of a lot of Mexican restaurants here,
Oh, cool.
which is great because you get a lot of the good local places that are really good.
Yeah.
Downside is that you also have your local chains that are mediocre at best that are on every street corner.
Oh no.
I'm not kidding you. Just like less than a mile up the street from me, we have we have a Del Taco, we have a Taco Bell, we have a local chain called Filiberto's, and we have at least I think one, if not two, local joints
Wow.
within a 800-foot radius.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. That Taco Bell is the newest one to come up, and it basically popped up overnight.
I see.
So, yeah, it's a Salad and Go coming up nearby it. And they started building the Salad and Go before the Taco Bell, but the Taco Bell managed to open first.
Uh.
I still don't know how that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, so I've pretty much finished the Mountain Zebra's texture here. I think it looks pretty good.
It does. It looks quite nice.
Yeah. Just gotta make like that really slight adjustment to the model so that the eye lines up, because for some reason they made it like separate meshes. I don't know why. Like with the eyes I can understand, but like with the tear duct and stuff, I don't get why they would make that separate. But
Why did they do that?
yeah, it just makes it like way harder to adjust things. And you have to like go back and do more adjusting, in fact. So yeah, I don't know. It's really strange.
Well, and then when like you initially opened the Zebra model and it was just scarred to hell,
Yep.
and I'm just like, why? Why is it scarred to hell?
I don't know.
Is this why every animal we get in our like in game ends up being injured?
Maybe.
If that's the case, that's a very big problem.
Yep.
Yeah, it's actually the other thing I've noticed too. Is like, why is the tail tuft on the zebra like
I think Burchell zebras have that.
the weird striping?
Yep. Like with the white and gray gradient, like they do have that. Some individuals, you'll get variation. But
So
mountain
they just-
zebras, I don't think have it to this extent. Like, if anything, it's more like brown and black gradient. so I'm gonna do that.
What do Grant zebras have then?
Um, oh, I think to be honest, it looks like they kind of did like a mishmash of subspecies, just like the wildebeest.
The wildebeest does look better. I won't lie to you, but
Yeah, it does. It looks great, but yeah, as far as that goes, it's not super accurate. But quality wise, yeah, it's very good.
I do understand where they went with the mane though, because it's like I don't know how they would have done an overlapping mane without it looking strange.
Yeah, I've somewhat done that with like a brown hyena. But like, yeah, that's different. Like I didn't have to do it as much, I guess.
That's why I do feel like they. I know that warthogs are really popular in popular culture, but it's probably why they should have waited on doing a warthog. Honestly,
Yeah,
they really should have had one or the other. They should have probably had like either, well, not the Babirusa, maybe. Oh hell, there's probably not really any good option. Maybe wild boar, but I think people have been just like, why?
yeah. Or they could have. Well, I was gonna say they
Or
could have had Red River Hog in the base game, but like then we wouldn't have had as much quality as we have right now.
yeah, that's why I was. That's what my thought was. And it's like, and Babirusa's too niche.
Definitely.
No matter how cool they are, and no matter how good they look in game currently. I mean, granted, it is a bald pig, so I mean,
Yeah.
they do really good on the skin textures, the fur textures. That's been a recent thing.
Yeah.
I'm just curious as to why people are wanting the. I don't know if you saw this in the game section of the zoology Discord. Why are people like wanting the African leopard?
I don't. I think people just want a better leopard.
I guess that's fair, but
Yeah. And like African leopard is probably the most famous one, you know? Like,
yeah, that's true.
yeah.
I mean, personally, if we were gonna go for that, I would have gone with a subspecies that's more prevalent in European zoos, like say Sri Lankan or.
Indian.
I don't even know if Indian leopards are even that prevalent in captivity in Europe, but like Sri Lankan and or Javan or Persian, frankly. Again,
Yeah.
I don't know how many facilities outside of the Middle East have Arabian leopards. And
Yeah.
fun fact, their taxonomy's been put into question too.
Yeah. I think
So
aren't they like even more endangered than Amur leopards?
they are.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Because there's less of them, I think.
Yeah, there is less of them. Certainly now that basically all the northeastern Asian leopard populations have been subsumed into Amur leopards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, there was a paper that kind of suggested that Arabian leopards may be the same thing as the African leopard.
What? Okay, I probably shouldn't. I mean,
It's
I
really
don't
weird.
know.
I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah.
It's based partly off of the fact that a lot of species that occur in the Horn of Africa also occur in the Arabian Peninsula.
Like what? Other than
So,
striped hyena? Because like I know that one.
Hamadryas baboon, rock hyrax, puff adder,
Oh right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
caracal. There's a lot of species that are Nubian ibex.
Right. Okay. Okay. I can see
There's a
where
lot
that
of
comes
species that occur on both sides of the Red Sea. So,
from. Interesting.
yeah, that's kind of that going on there. Again, kind of am in the camp that Arabian leopards are genetically distinct, but
Yeah. Here's the
again,
only
I'm not
thing.
sure.
The only thing is like when these what's it, the subspecies get canceled and like it's ones that are, you know, low in numbers. I kind of fear for their conservation. Like people are like, oh, you know, it's the same as the
Yeah,
other
that's kind of.
populations.
I'm glad that conservation is turning more not just for like subspecies purity and stuff like that or subspecies importance, and also
Yeah.
turning towards ecological importance as well.
Right. Yeah.
Like-
I hope that continues and
Like
shifts
when
even
they
more.
like like when they lumped all the mainland tigers into a single subspecies, that didn't really change much of Amur tiger
Nope.
conservation versus Bengal tiger. Um,
Yeah, the Russians still like love their emerald
China
tiger.
too.
Yeah,
China too with the Amur tiger because they could range into northern China.
yeah.
And granted, we're likely going to get tigers from Siberia/China going into Kazakhstan.
Oh,
That'll be
cool.
nice. So they're going to be
Yeah,
reintroducing them into the former range of the Caspian tiger, which is nice.
yeah,
Um, my guess is they're probably going to actually have habitat left for them there, which is pretty nice.
yeah.
My guess is Amur because I don't know if having Bengal tigers there is going to work long term because that's very different environments.
Hmm.
Kazakhstan is probably closer to the Russian Far East, except drier, and the forests are probably a little different.
Yeah.
Um, but it's interesting too because it's like I mentioned one of the other previous streams about the weird conservation going to India's lions,
Yes.
which are also, as I mentioned in that stream, now considered the same subspecies as lions from Central and Western Africa, and
Mhm.
formerly the Atlas Mountains. So, um,
I always thought Atlas mountain lions looked like really different though, like with the puffy manes and
that's
stuff.
just that seems to be more related to ecotype variation rather than
Oh.
to actual genetic differences. That's the thing. Genetics has kind of thrown the whole subspecies thing into a loop here.
Yeah, I've
Species too.
noticed that.
Species too, because we've actually separated species off from animals that look very similar to one another.
Yeah. Isn't there like the whole thing
So
like we don't even know what a species actually is? Like,
yeah, yeah, that's partly because Linnaean taxonomy is a little bit garbage and needs to be revised
hmm. Yeah.
due to the fact that when Linnaeus did that, it was based off of physical characteristics rather than anything regarding genetics.
Okay.
I remember people trying to make that argument with tigers, and it's like, no, genetics beats it out every time.
I
Genetics
see.
beats out phenotypic variability every time.
Interesting.
Like Amur tigers, for example, do look somewhat different than their relatives in mainland Southeast Asia and in India, but they're technically the same thing.
Yeah.
So in terms of subspecies and in terms of genetics, that's actually an interesting thing too. There's a little known formerly extinct animal, actually turned out to be a Lazarus taxa through genetics.
Ooh.
It was the Vegas Valley leopard frog.
I think I've heard of that.
Fisheri. We thought we wiped them out from the Vegas Valley near Las Vegas, Nevada. The Tule Springs region. Well, turns out that species that we have in the Mulgon Rim that we thought were a population of Chiricahua leopard frogs. Turns out they're genetically identical to the Vegas Valley leopard frog.
Oh, cool.
So they had a much broader range than we thought they did. That also brings some questions about the Chiricahua leopard frog's conservation, because we have a secondary population in southern Arizona that we know are genetically distinct enough that are actually Chiricahua leopard frogs.
Hmm.
So it's like, how is that going to work?
Yeah. See.
But yeah, very interesting concept of a Lazarus taxon just found through genetic studies. They were literally rediscovered right under our noses because we just thought they were a different species.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so it's like, and then I remember I think it was your Into the Jungle Discord server that we discussed the Zanzibar leopard a little bit.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's actually because we figured out that they're probably not genetically distinct. They are probably a population of African leopards that got separated from the mainland population some less than 10,000 years ago.
Yep.
So basically, late Pleistocene, early Holocene,
I see.
which makes sense. Which makes sense due to some of the main due to the main islands in Zanzibar, like Pemba, being really close to Tanzania.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. And then also the fact that, extinct or alive, they found what looks like a male leopard.
Yeah.
We still don't know if that is a leopard that has been there for a
Yeah.
while, or if it was an animal that was maybe introduced by locals.
I will say, like, the spots definitely look different from like.
The spots are what getting me too.
Yeah.
They're different. I don't know how different they are from coastal forest leopards in Tanzania, but
Yeah, I've never seen a leopard with spots quite like that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I'm like, and I thought, and maybe it's not a male. I thought I saw a dewlap.
Me too. Yeah.
I thought I saw a dewlap, so that's why I'm thinking it's a mature male. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting when I saw that episode. I'm like, oh, would you look at that? There's a leopard in Zanzibar,
Yeah.
an animal that is thought to have been gone for about 30 years,
Yep.
is just waltzed itself in front of a trail camera.
Yeah.
And like, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get a television series.
Yeah.
Granted, again, and then granted, of course, Force Galante has had some of his own some debacles regarding some of the other species that they found,
Yeah.
including some crediting issues with the Fernandina Island tortoise.
Yeah.
Um,
I've seen that. That sucks.
I still don't know how well that's going, because I know she still resides at the tortoise that they found.
Yeah.
She still resides at the Charles Darwin Research Center in Santa Cruz Island.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know if they found other members of her species, though.
They've found evidence of it, like scat.
Yes.
But they haven't. They
Yeah,
haven't
I've heard about
found like
They haven't
more
found
of
another
them.
art. Yeah. So there's a possibility they're present, but we don't know where they are,
Yep.
and that's kind of the issue there. I
Yeah.
hope this isn't another Lonesome George incident. I
I
really hope
know.
so,
Yeah.
because I really hope that's not. Granted, to be fair, there are some Pinta Island hybrids occurring on, I believe, Isabella
Mm.
Island, from people that had transplanted them there, because sailors were taking tortoises off the islands for food.
Yeah.
No, that's actually a big part of the reason why a lot of large tortoises, especially in the Indian Ocean, why basically all but the Aldabras basically were wiped out.
Yeah. Oh, dude,
well-
I saw some really huge Aldabra tortoises at Busch Gardens. Like, really huge. Like, bigger than most Galapagos I
Yeah.
see.
Oh yeah, they generally they can get larger than Galapagos tortoises in captivity.
Yeah.
I've heard that before.
It's like
And
a
then-
bench.
Oh yeah, we have a large male at Phoenix Zoo. He's quite large.
Yeah.
He's easily over 500 pounds. He's quite a large tortoise. Which is funny. He's like over twice the size of the 4 females that live in there with him.
Oh, wow.
He's like over twice their size, and it's like looking at it's like, wow. It's like when I went there on Monday, all the females were in the pool, and he was sitting there stuffing his face like 15 feet away from them. And I'm like, wonderful.
Alright, let's see how
Yeah.
this looks in game.
Alrighty.
Assuming I saved it correctly, which I think I did. Oh, hang on a second. Looks really nice, thank you. Oop, 1 second. All right.
Oh, the other thing about the zebra at Planet Zoo,
Mm-hmm.
they neigh like a horse,
That's right. Yeah.
and I'm still like, why?
I have no idea.
And it's especially obvious now that we have an actual horse in the game.
Yep.
It's like you guys couldn't have just at least cut that out.
Yeah.
Like the donkey grunts are fine. That's just kind of zebras are kind of similar in that way, but I can't get that upset at that. But the
Yeah.
horse whinnies go a little too far.
Definitely.
That is uniquely a horse thing. I still find kind of funny because of how derivative horses are from other equids.
Yeah, that's right.
Like not just like the noises, but like their tail.
Yep.
A lot of things about them.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, at least they're not alone in the fact that they have more or less black stripes.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some striping in primitive in Chvalsky's horses that occasionally appears, but it's very faint.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's very faint and usually not something you're gonna see like on at first glance.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing in certain primitive breeds of horses too. But yeah, it's like yeah, horses don't have like the ropey tail that zebras or wild asses have. They don't have. The vocalizations are somewhat different.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I
This is
also So, what's it? Gaboy. He made another stripe texture for the striped hyena, so now like they can mix and match, and not all the individuals
that's
look
nice.
identical.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That definitely helps out a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I would give too. With like Frontiers, they at least gave their zebras different stripe patterns,
Yes. Yes.
even if the stripes look a little strange for a Grant zebra.
Definitely. Yeah.
And that might be partly due to the fact that they just made them fat.
Yep.
If they'd made them maybe a little bit less fat, I don't think they'd have as big of a problem with the stripes.
Yeah. You know what? I was gonna say let's just duplicate this habitat, but hold on. You know what? You remember that issue we were having, where we can't make
Oh yeah,
we can't place down
Yeah.
our blueprints.
yeah, that's still a problem, isn't it?
Let me check.
I mean, unless it's direct, they haven't posted a patch on that yet, so
Yeah, I don't even think the game updated.
no, it hasn't updated since Tropical Pack launched. So
Aw, man.
yeah, so that might be something that's gonna have to be fixed here later.
Here, let's try this. Oh, okay, I'm gonna habitat. Alright, let's get this thing going. My blueprints. Yep, yeah. Wow, okay, it's still an issue.
Yep.
Yikes.
Yep. You ever get the chance? Have you bug reported it yet?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I'd probably have to do that. Yeah, I'd probably do that at some point.
I will. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
I am almost certain you're not the only one dealing with that.
No, there's no way. There's no way a mod is causing it, because all my mods
Nope.
do is just, like, stuff with the animals.
I don't think it's a mod. I don't think it's the mods at this point. I think that's actually the game itself.
Yeah.
Something in the update broke it, and because I guess according to Leaf, a lot of mods really didn't break this time.
Yeah.
So I'm not. That's I guess a positive there.
Hmm.
I mean, which is weird because they did actually update a lot of things regarding props,
Right.
like having the toggle, not only the toggle to make things not climbable or not climbable, but also like the new movement,
Yeah.
new advanced move. movement bit, like
Yeah, the multi-axis movement. Yeah.
yep, multi-axis movement. Those are two very important. Which is weird because like they implement like in the last scenery pack update, they implemented the ability for animals to raid trash cans,
Yeah.
and that should have been our first guess. We were getting raccoons, by the way.
Yep.
Like we were thinking of everything but raccoons, and that should have been our first hint.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how. Oh, okay, good. They're not. Oh no 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 no! Wait, hang on. Please tell me there's a. Dang. All right. The thing is, I was testing it on the male, but it seems like only females are available right now. So, all right, we can just go in
Oh.
sandbox.
Oh, hey, you got a lot of like pale colored ones. Holy crap.
Yeah, and then people are just like charging a bunch for them.
Oh yeah, you're in a franchise zoo. That's why there's a bunch of albinos.
Yep.
That's actually interesting. Why haven't they introduced golden zebras in the game? Or
I
have
don't
they?
know.
Because golden zebras are just as common as the leucistic ones. As far as I understand.
Yeah.
Actually, that is a question though. Are the white ones actually leucistic or are they true albino? They do have
don't know.
they do have faint stripes. So that makes me think that they're true albino.
Oh, maybe.
I wonder if like the eyes are pink, because if the eyes are pink, then that's kind of a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Um, 'Cause generally animals with leucism don't lose pigment in their eyes.
Yeah.
So I like the ring-tailed lemur that's in game. That's like the mutation one.
Hmm.
I don't think that's actually an albino because it's got a ringtail still.
Yeah.
So it's got a black and white ringtail, which does ring leucism rather than. Hmm. I am curious though, like with a desert pack, like what cat we would end up getting though.
Yeah.
I've got like 5 options.
Bobcat,
Like
serval, um,
yeah.
I guess that's all I can think of. Or ocelot, I guess.
Yeah, ocelot, black-footed cat, and sandcat.
Yeah.
I guess ocelot and serval are probably the highest on the meta, so it's gonna be one of those two.
Yeah.
I'm personally fine with either one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised you didn't get servals and grasslands,
Me too.
because that is much more of a grassland cat than a caracal is. And I know caracals live in savannah, but
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's breaking boundaries of what could be considered a stereotypically desert cat. So
Yeah.
I mean, what's interesting too is that be very interesting because I know that they have like a weird like melanistic phase serval in game.
Yep.
Which first off, I had no clue that's what melanistic servals looked like, but or
You
not
mean
melanistic,
caracals? Yeah.
caracal, wrong species. There are melanistic servals too, but
Yep.
in real life, but that's kind of what I was getting at. It's like those look like literally they look kind of like a black house cat, except it's a serval. So
Yeah. Ah!
Like
it
you-
didn't work.
oh, whoops.
No.
You just have regular plain zebras.
And
Yep,
they're
you
so
get way-
fat.
You just put a halter on them and you can call them a Shetland pony.
No.
Did they base those off of ponies though? Is my question.
It genuinely looks like it, and then they give it a zebra's mane.
Well, on the tail too, but
Yeah, kind of.
But yeah, the body just doesn't look like a zebra,
Nope, it sure
and
doesn't.
especially neither does the face.
Yeah.
Face is still ridiculously short. This is why we need a better zebra frontier. Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, I'm an idiot. I forgot to export the model, and then, but that wouldn't explain the texture. You know, I'm just gonna
Ooh,
import all the textures. I'm too lazy to look at each one. I think it's that
ooh,
one.
that's a shame.
Okay. That's alright, no, it's should be easy to do. Just file, export, MS2. Alright, and hopefully it works. Alright, cool. Should work. Alright, inject, export. Yes. Alright, now it should work. Please work. Yes. Alright.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I've probably say this on the zoology Discord more often than the game section, it's like for all you dog haters out there, just be glad we're running out of viable candidate options.
Yep.
I think like the ones with the most are like Africa and North America with like one each for Asia and South America. So
Yeah.
like Africa has two, North America has two. Then yeah, Asia and South America each have one. So
Yep.
beyond that, like there's far more cats we could add to the game at this point than dogs. And what's funny is I think that at least somebody in Planet is somebody in the Planet Zoo dev team is a cat person
Probably.
due to the fact the high number, like not even taking like the two tiger subspecies into account. There's a high number of cats in the game.
Yeah.
So, and I don't have a problem with that personally,
No, me
but
neither. Yes, it
um,
worked. Finally.
and just gonna give it a second. Yep,
Yeah.
there we go. There's a zebra.
Just gotta fix some of the brown on the face, but otherwise, looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, cats. Yeah, Bush Dog is currently the top candidate on the meta. Yeah, I know that. And the cat sell well. Yeah, also true. Granted, let's keep in mind, Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron. We are out of big cats, apart from maybe the Sumatran tiger.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they decide to do another leopard subspecies, which this late in the game, they're probably not gonna at this point. Um, let's be real.
Yeah.
I think I did say though that if we do get another smaller canid though, like I know that the bush dog is like the top one,
Mhm.
is that if we get another one that that a good candidate would be something like the gray fox,
Oh yeah.
because they can climb trees,
Hmm.
and that would actually be kind of like we have a monkey that can swim in game because we have the proboscis monkey. It's the
Right.
only primate that can swim. And they made that mechanic just for that animal
Yeah.
to make it unique. Yeah, I got into a discussion with someone about that on the zoology Discord.
Oh, interesting.
You know, trying to making like, oh, you know, like they're the typical contrarian stuff. You know, it's like, oh,
Wait, was it Aardvark?
yeah, yes.
Of course.
And I was like, no, you do realize that's like if it does get added, that it would actually bring something newer to the game.
Yeah.
You could actually have a climbing canid. Now, to be fair, raccoon dogs can climb too, but they're not as habitual about it as gray foxes
Yeah.
for whatever reason. Granted, raccoon dogs, which granted this is an interesting tidbit that will probably never get implemented into Planet Zoo due to what it is that they're the only dogs that can hibernate. So
They hibernate?
they do.
Oh wow.
They recruit. Yeah, another fox. Yeah, I mean, granted, another fox would only be controversial if there wasn't something new added to it. You know, like say if it was like, what's a good example? Say if it was like the swift fox, which would be another Vulpes.
Mm.
And we already have three of those in the game. That would be very, very controversial. Gray Fox, if they did it right, probably be would probably become the underdog favorite rather quickly when people realize what they could do with it.
Yeah.
Because people also understand that no matter um how weird the climbing system is, it's still very popular.
Yep.
And because it allows you to kind of it kind of makes things more interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 out of the 4 animals in the tropical pack, not counting the 2 out of the 5 animals, not counting the sloth, are tree climbers in the tropical pack. So
Yes.
with the gibbon and the fusa, still holding out hope that eventually we get the monitored lizards climbing, but we'll see.
Yeah. Otherwise, common hairy ant bear is gonna become angry hairy ant bear. I mean, he already
Honestly,
has though, but yeah.
baby steps. I'd like to see the now monitor deep dive before we see climbing going on.
Yeah.
Bad-eared fox, maybe, since it's extremely common. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
Bad-eared fox, I can see. I mean, people would complain because it's similar enough to the fennec, but it's like they're also, ironically, bad-eared foxes and raccoon dogs are actually closely related to gray foxes.
Oh.
They're all the, from what I understand, they're the basal most genetically. They're the basal most canines.
Hmm.
And gray foxes in particular, but yeah, raccoon dogs and bad-eared foxes are closest relatives.
I see.
If we're talking like another candidate in general, if it's not the bush dog, if it's like in this hypothetical desert slash dryland summer pack, it's either going to be battered fox, blackback jackal, or coyote.
Hmm.
Maybe gray fox, but I'm not counting on that because I know gray foxes occur. They also occur in deserts. I mean, we have them here in Phoenix, but yeah, people are leaning. Those are the ones I would kind of lean on, especially if your theory is correct and if they're going to go predominantly Australasia and Africa for this
Yeah.
pack. And my guess is they might go predominantly Africa
Yep.
if that's the case, because a lot more African species you can have.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, for once, not much of the stuff. There really aren't many options. For once, there's not many options for Asia.
Yep.
For once. And there's not, and granted, there are viable options from both of the Americas, but from both North and South America. But yeah, it'll be an interesting one because it's gonna be an animal pack, so of course there's like all the other packs stand a few. There's gonna be not too many unique rigs.
Yeah.
Like highly unique rigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the theory, fat naked Jimmy Neutron. The running theory here with that Doc has kind of said is that we may be getting more of the Americas in the next 2 packs this year in terms of fall and winter.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's what I think.
that
too.
might be where we get more Americas, especially if they're going to go ahead and decide to give us a North American centered scenery set like they did with Indonesia, with Southeast Asia for this past pack.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would agree that we do need more stuff from the Americas. I mean, we got a tropical pack with only one South American species, so
Yeah, that's a shame.
I mean, I guess to be fair, with like there's aren't really any good options for habitat reptiles from the Americas. That's not a crocodilian.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a tortoise would have been nice.
Yeah.
But I'm not mad about the inclusion of the Asian water monitor. I need to kind of get that clear now.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we got like say like red-footed or yellow-footed Taurus, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Um, if we decide to do a lizard, I'm not so certain because if like they did something like the rhinoceros iguana or a tegu, people would be like, "Why are the iguanas still in the exhibit boxes?"
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've said before, if they do an islands pack and we ended up with the rhinoceros iguana as an exhibit animal, I would flip a table
Yeah.
because I'm like, why would you do that? Um, yeah, it's like, I mean, we got. I mean, and I guess I can try to resurrect the specter of the islands animal pack again, but I don't know how likely that is if
No,
we're
I
being
don't. I
honest
think.
with ourselves.
Yeah. What if instead we'd get like, and this might sound a little weird, but try and hear me out for a second. What if instead of that, to get the Tasmanian devil, we get a forest pack, or not forest pack, but like woodland of some sort,
That's kind of what Old Country has mentioned, actually, and it makes sense because you
and
can
then we
have
get like
something
a
like,
monkey in there.
eh, I'm thinking if we're gonna get, I mean, we're gonna get if it'd be really weird if we got this in this pack too because it'd be two very similar animals ecologically, but devil and Wolverine,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and then black bear too. But it'd be interesting because it would be like two carnivorans and a carnivorous marsupial, and people are gonna be like, "Why?" And it's like, at least it's like a better version of the Twilight pack. Come on, people.
yeah,
That was a missed opportunity having the devil, not having the devil in Twilight. That was a
yeah.
missed opportunity. Um,
I was happy
there's
with it
got it.
overall, though. I'll say
Oh,
that.
Twilight pack is fine. I have
Yeah,
no issues with it personally. And that's partly, I think, because both of us are Americans, and Halloween has very much been commercialized
yeah. I love
in
Halloween,
this country. So
dude. Like
that's
pre-COVID, like no joke. Even during high school, I don't care how much like jokes and stuff people tell about this. I would like go trick or treating with my friends, and
I
like we would hang out at my like community pool and stuff after.
I was one of those weird kids that stopped trick or treating when I was like 12 and started just handing out candy.
Fair enough.
And I don't have like the interesting. It was like I never really had issue with like teenagers going up and doing this. Like my grandparents live down the road, and they are those types of petty people that would give teenagers ketchup packets. Which in most other neighborhoods would have been they would have been rewarded with eggs on their front yard
Yeah,
or toilet paper in their tree. So be very glad we live in the neighborhood. They'd be very glad we live in the neighborhood that we do. But um, I'm not like that. So it's like these kids are having probably the last bit of childhood they have left until the crippling reality of adulthood. So let's.
yeah.
Do you think that Tassie Devil would be a fall DLC as an apology for Twilight last year? Yeah, and I guess a
Perhaps.
big part of the issue with Twilight, I think, for a lot of people, was the roster of animals.
Yeah.
Which I mean, personally, I never really had an issue with. Like,
No, no, me
well,
neither.
like I was a little skeptical of the Red Fox personally,
Okay.
but they did a pretty good job with it, and that's why I don't really have an issue with it anymore.
Hmm.
Um, the skunk, the skunk's really kind of weird because, and that's partly just because of how it walks.
Yeah.
Its tail is curled upwards,
Right.
which is weird because when it's like standing, it curls back downwards like they would naturally.
I see.
Which I'm still like, why is that? Why don't they just keep the tail down when it's
Honestly,
moving?
I've never used a skunk before, like ever.
I mean, apparently when I've seen videos of like the animal fight videos that Virtualist is so kind as to
Oh
put
yes.
out with every DLC. Um, oh yeah, right, Badger Rig. That's why. In fact, Naked Jimmy Neutron just kind of pointed that out. That's right.
Oh.
It uses the Badger rig. I forgot about that. Um, it's weird. It's kind of weird, but it does make sense to a point.
Yeah.
To talk about a really unnecessary animal to have in Planet Zoo, the European badger. Um, it's about it's a it's an, I guess I shouldn't be too harsh on it because even though it's an animal I would probably never use personally. I mean, I did have to eat my words a little bit because apparently there is a facility in Florida that has them.
Of course.
So I mean, so I had to eat my words a little bit on there, saying there were none in North American zoos. But to be fair, it's also Florida, so it's not.
Yeah.
It's in one of the multitudes of non AZA accredited facilities that are in Florida,
Uh.
basically. So yeah, so they also have African civets too, and they're like the only facility with African civets
Wait, is
in
that
North
Francis
America.
Jamie's wildlife
Oh wait, no. So that means there's two facilities in
with civets, African
with
civets?
civets.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
that's
you know what I'm
interesting.
talking about, right? Like they have them
Yeah, I
there.
know. They have them there too. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've also never seen them rear up on their hind legs either. Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, and I've seen plenty of wild striped skunks. So that's another thing.
Hmm.
Like I've never seen them randomly do that. Even ones that are habituated to people, which by the way, the obligatory reminder: don't feed wildlife.
Yep.
Um, just should be an obligatory reminder at that point.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, even habituated raccoons or not raccoons, skunks. I've never actually seen that. Neither the hooded skunks nor striped skunks, which are they're different species, but they're essentially identical except for coloration, really, and size.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, frankly, when I heard that, when they slipped up and said skunk, I knew it was going to be striped skunk, but I was halfway hoping they were going to go with like some complete oddball pick and go with like say Western spotted skunk or something.
Yeah, spotted skunks look cool.
They're very interesting,
Yeah.
and so and if people don't actually know this, a major defense thing they do is they actually do a handstand
Yes, that's
when
right.
they feel threatened. Downside is from I remember from a friend of mine, a former coworker and friend of mine that used to, because they're in Tucson, animal control also works with wildlife. Um, they've had to do a lot of spotted skunk calls. Jealous because I've yet to see a spotted skunk in person.
Hmm.
Um, they are more liable to spray you than other species. So,
Oof.
um, literally the same animation as the badger. Yeah, I noticed that, and I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I've seen videos of European badgers doing that either. I still don't get why they did that animation
Hmm.
for either species. I could be wrong because I've not seen too many videos on European badgers, but and I might be biased because I've seen American badgers in person, but yeah, like it's kind of a weird one because it's like, and yeah, then like having it like have the tail like they have like when the striped skunk stands neutrally, its tail is in the correct position.
Hmm.
Yeah, they do run around quite a bit. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, they're reasonably active animals.
I see.
So yeah, I know that for a fact. I've seen them in captivity. Well, the ones I've seen, striped skunks I've seen in captivity have been mostly sleeping, but the wild ones I've seen have moved around quite a bit, both striped and hooded skunks.
Oh.
So they're active, reasonably active animals. So I mean, that's both of my observations of striped skunks and hooded skunks here in Arizona, and as well as seeing striped skunks up in Minnesota. Yeah, they just even like I know that they don't always when they run they don't always have their tail up because
Hmm.
that's more of a threat posture.
Oh, okay.
to have the tail up because that's a don't come any closer or else you'll regret it. Um, well, yeah, they do a lot of interesting things, like they stamp their feet and stuff like that, and they'll tail up and bottle brushed up, and they'll stamping feet and stuff and like that, just to kind of let you know. So it's actually a big part of the reason why they're black and white colored. It's supposematic.
Oh,
Basically means like grab me at your own risk,
I see.
which is funny because that seems to be something more for mammalian predators because birds prey on them regularly and alligators just don't care. So, 'cause birds don't have a sense of smell, and then alligators just don't care.
Yeah.
And they'll just eat them regardless. So, because again, I've talked about working with great horned owls, we've gotten quite a few that have been sprayed by skunks because that's what they like to eat down here.
I see.
One of their favorite prey items are skunks, and yeah, they get sprayed almost every time, and just they don't have a sense of smell, so they're not affected by it.
Ooh, okay. I've managed to fix most of the striping on
Okay,
like the face and stuff.
European badgers actually stand quite a bit. They use their hands very often. They eat like a raccoon, sorta. They're very bizarre animals and quite different than American badgers. Okay, yeah, I figured that. I knew that they were different taxonomically from American badgers. American badgers are the last living members of their own subfamily, so that I knew. Almost like a mix of American badgers, raccoons, and prairie dogs behavior-wise. Yeah, I've never actually seen a lot of videos on European badgers, and of course, they're really not common in captivity in the Americas. In American zoos, and technically they're not horribly common in European zoos either, outside of wildlife centers, it seems. There are some EAZA zoos with them, though, including one zoo that has a really good exhibit for their European badgers, but yeah, American badgers are just really just something else.
Yeah.
They're they're like ferrets that are high on various substances, various illicit substances, basically.
Yeah.
In terms of how they act, they're very defensive animals, and they hiss and they snarl and stuff like that. And it's like,
Zebra, you're not being very bright. Why are you laying down in your own? What the heck, bro?
yeah, they're not common in Europe. There's no need for them in captivity. Most are rescues. Yeah, I mean, having them, if they're non-releasable, they may as well be educational ambassadors for their species. That's my thought process on that. That's the same process I have for a thought process I have for a lot of native North American species too, that are not endangered. Say, gray foxes, coyotes, bobcats, that sort of thing. That's just kind of my thought. I mean, technically speaking, Grant zebras are not endangered either. They're only near threatened, but they're very common in zoos.
Yeah.
It's the ambassadorship that's the equally important part. I mean, heck, even bald eagles, they're protected under various other laws other than the ESA. They're no longer ESA protected, but they're protected under like Migratory Bird Treaty Act and stuff like that. Yeah, bald eagles are also technically not endangered, but they're relatively prevalent in American zoos for the reason of ambassadorship. I mean, that's kind of my thought process on that. Actually, other good examples. Actually, the red river hog.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they're not rare in wild, and they're really common in captivity as well.
Yep.
But they're active, colorful pigs.
Yep.
So I mean, and they're relatively easygoing as wild pigs go. So
yeah.
Mentioned in a stream that he would love to see fishers. Yeah, I've only ever seen fishers in one zoo. They're not common in captivity, and they're very hard to see in the wild, from my understanding. So, they're not a lot is known about their behavior, about stuff with them in the wild, especially their population numbers. Um, for people in chat, a fisher is it's a mustelid, and they're somewhat related to wolverines and martens, and they actually look like a big marten,
Yeah.
basically. So that's basically what a fisher looks like. And the only zoo I've been to with them has been the Minnesota Zoo.
Hmm.
So, and granted, my last visit, all I saw of them was basically just a furry, dark brown furry blob because they were sleeping. Hey, at least the Wolverines were sleeping out in the open. That's all I have to say. Um, yeah, Fishers would be an interesting addition because I mean, no matter how uncommon they are in captivity, they're pretty unique animals.
Yeah.
Even by Planet Zoo standards. I mean, there are other cool related mustelids um like
Rattel.
Tayras, Raytel too, honey badger,
Yep.
Tayra, which are related to wolverines and fishers too. But yeah, fisher would be an interesting option. It'd be an interesting for temperate North America because it would be like one of the oddball because like what's interesting with North America Animal Pack is that the only oddball animal from that pack was probably the bullfrog.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
we're being honest with ourselves here, that was the only oddball animal in that pack because I mean there would have been a lot better representation for exhibit animals in terms of reptiles and amphibians in North America than the bullfrog,
Yeah.
but they did go with it. Yeah, the ones at the Minnesota Zoo, Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, they were not as large as the Wolverines. Yeah, Wolverines were still. AZA, the most common non-badger or Wolverine, or most common non-otter mustelid, I think, are Wolverines.
Hmm.
Um, and then it's usually most other species like the American marten, honey badger. Basically anything rarer than, and then like Tara, and then anything rarer than that.
Yeah.
Um, a non-AZA zoo near me has Teras and Greater Grizon.
Wait, what's a Terra, if I may ask? Like.
Tara, they're South America's version of martens.
Oh, okay.
They're closer to Wolverines in terms genetically.
Hmm.
Um, but they're about roughly the size of a ferret.
I see.
Um, I have some videos and pictures of the ones that Waterford Zoo has, but they're really interesting. They're omnivorous. They're not, and they're tree climbers
Oh.
too. But they mostly have short fur, except for on their tail, which is very bushy.
I see.
So I've seen honey badgers at San Diego. I think Fort Wayne Children's Zoo used to have honey badgers. They're also really rare in captivity for whatever reason, partly due to the fact that it's really hard to actually contain them.
Yeah, they escape very often.
They're very, very, very prone to escaping.
Yep. Holy shit! How often do these zebras like take a dump? Like, what the heck?
I mean, that's not the most unrealistic thing.
Yeah.
It's a large ungulate, so it's not the most unrealistic thing.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah, Greater Grizon are somewhat. They're not related to any of other South America's other mustelids. They're actually closer to the Zorilla or striped polecat, which are from sub-Saharan Africa.
Yep.
But they look vaguely like small honey badgers.
I'm a Zorilla. Or you remember the one from
Grisons, yeah.
Fudging Ice Age, the one that Disney ruined?
Oh God, that one! I forgot that one of the characters was Zorilla.
Yeah. I'm not a skunk. I'm a Zorilla. Oh god.
I mean,
yeah.
it's It's Africa's version to a skunk. I mean, I know it's a mustelid, but it's Africa's version to a skunk.
Yeah.
Like answer to a skunk, you know.
Yeah.
They do mostly the same thing. They do have the anal glands that they use to actually spray at their enemies. Pretty
Yeah.
interesting that for granted granted there are other mephidids outside of North America. The stink badgers of Asia are in the same family as skunks, but I mean it's like I mean of carnivorans that have if I had a nickel for carnivorans that had developed the ability independently developed the ability to spray with their anal glands, I'd have two nickels. It's not much, but it's a little crazy that it happened.
Yeah.
Would you think with 13 I don't know, would you do you think Frontier's brave enough to add a third otter? I'd say sea otter.
Yeah, sea otter.
I'd say sea otter. I mean, North American river otter is a a good choice too, but I'd say sea otter over the other one.
Yeah. Alright, so here we have the plain zebra female. We're gonna put them next to each other.
Oh, okay. Wait, so you only did the male for
Yes.
the mountain zebra. Okay, that'll also be interesting to see.
There, I can't. Okay, they keep on moving around. Alright.
Oh wow. Oh, I mean, I'm glad that yeah. He's saying it would be popular with the casuals. Yeah, sea otter would actually be even more popular.
Yeah, definitely.
They were actually Minnesota Zoo has sea otters as well, and they're very. I mean, they also have North American river otters, and both are they're big crowd attractors because of how active they are.
Yeah.
But people don't realize how big sea otters are until they actually see them.
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw them in the
They
Japanese
are.
aquarium once.
I saw them at the Minnesota Zoo for the first time, and yeah, they're the heaviest living mustelid. They are huge.
Yeah.
They get up to around 100 pound, up to around 100 pounds. So I mean, they're a very large animal.
Oh wow.
I saw a coastal pack idea trending on the forums since it would add sea otters, walrus, and pelicans. Pelicans may not necessarily need to be a coastal pack though,
Yeah.
because pelicans occur throughout waterways throughout the world.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to do a coastal pack with pelicans, you really kind of limit your options there.
Yeah, pretty much just like
Essentially,
brown pelicans.
brown pelican, Peruvian pelican, and probably the great white pelican.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't say Australian pelican, but because they're not really a thing outside of Australian zoos, but they also are somewhat of a they're more like American white pelicans though that they kind of only spend part of their time at the coast. Yeah, brown. Yeah, you say brown. Yeah, brown. I say brown Peruvian or great white because they are all three are associated with coastlines to a degree. Though great white pelicans are more associated with inland waters too. Yeah, great white pelicans, by the way, are the pelicans that you see in like some of the newer nature documentaries preying on gannet chicks. That's a relatively new behavior due to some of the issues regarding overfishing. Is them raiding gannet colonies. Yeah, brown. I would like brown pelicans in Planet Zoo because they are my favorite of the species, even if in real life they are some of the biggest jerks on the planet. I have seen brown, American whites, pink-backed, and Dalmatian pelicans, fat naked Jimmy Neutron. I have seen 4 species of pelicans. I have still not seen great white pelicans, but I've never. I've not seen those yet. I know there's a few zoos that do have a few zoos and other facilities that do have those, but I've never actually seen them.
The white pelicans?
The great white pelican, yeah, I've seen American white pelicans, not great white pelicans.
Take a yeah, okay. Yeah, my local zoo actually has some, or well, had. I don't know if he's still alive. I know one of our pelicans passed, like our great white pelicans. I don't know if there was one or two. But yeah, yeah, we had some at some point.
Yeah, we yeah, I've seen both brown and American white pelicans in the wild too. So
Oh, nice.
since American white pelicans winter here in Phoenix for the winter, so
Yeah.
they they come here to the waterways to actually fish, so and spend their winters. And then we get brown pelicans occasionally blowing in from the Sea of Cortez from the storms.
Okay.
Um, but I've also been to California and I've been to the Galapagos, which both have brown pelicans in the wild. So
Oh, cool.
um, actually, both cases I actually got to see them actively hunt too, which was quite nice. Because brown pelicans are unique among pelican species in that they plunge feed.
All right.
So they go from a certain height and they dive into the water to catch fish,
Oh.
which is different from other pelicans, which just float along and then just go in and try to scoop up fish while swimming. Which is what American white pelicans do, and I think that's what great white pelicans do too.
Okay.
So they basically, that's why they kind of stick in large flocks because they actually hunt socially.
Cool.
It's kind of cool to watch when it's like 30 white pelicans out there, on a lake just synchronized feeding.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, coastal pack too, though. Like pelicans aren't the only birds you could add, though.
Yeah. There's a
I
lot.
mean, you can add maybe one other species of penguin. You could add, various shorebirds.
Yeah.
Because like we're missing things like spoonbills, we're missing ibises, we're missing waterfowl big time.
Right.
Yeah, because we really like talk about missing a major group of birds, ducks and geese.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Sorry.
I, I'm not gonna give up hope on collared peccary, fat naked Jimmy Neutron. I am actually not. I'm not holding up hope for. I'm not giving up hope on those. That is a very unique animal we could actually have in game. I feel that if we had collared peccary in the say a hypothetical desert or drylands pack, that'd be pretty cool, pretty good. New world representation. Since they occur in both North and South America, they are. I mean, I live within their native range in here in North America, here where I live in Arizona, but yeah, they're not rare in Europe either. From what I understand, they're actually probably one of the more common peccaries, other than the Chacoan, which Phoenix Zoo has both collared and Chacoan peccaries. But um, yeah, hang on a moment, I gotta do something really quick. A lot of forms must be from Europe because they say North America is a complete continent. No, 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 no. It is not a complete continent. We are actually still missing a few animals. Yeah, no, 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 no. Like, people don't realize how much of a representation boost having the nine-banded armadillo was in grasslands. Yeah, a lot of people in the forums seem to be from Europe. That's why a lot of the animals in the meta seem to lean a lot heavier on the EAZA spectrum rather than the AZA itself. Um, but what's weird is that, like, I mean, except for maybe the nine-banded armadillo, a lot of North American species are very common in European zoos too. There are actually a lot of zoos in Europe with collared peccaries, for example, and a few birds too. Also, like, I know that they're becoming phased out of EAZA due to fear of them becoming invasive, but white-nosed coatis. I know people want the South American coati, but white-nosed coati I actually would like a little more because they're a little more versatile than South American coatis in terms of how you can have them. They're an animal you can have in rainforest. There's an animal you can have in grassland, desert, um, somewhat temperate woodland. So here in Arizona, they occur from the desert scrub here all the way up into the temperate pine forest here. So, and if they're just going to continue partnering with Shepworth Wildlife Park, they have white-nosed coatis. So I've only place I've actually seen white nose or not white nose, South American coatis, fat naked Jimmy Neutron has been Wildlife World Zoo, which is non-AZA accredited here in Phoenix. Most other facilities I've been to with coatis have been white nosed from my memory. It seems to be 50-50 in Europe from what I understand with those species. I think a big part of the reason why the South American coati became so prevalent in the meta was partly due to the fact that Encanto came out around the time that meta wishlist started picking up steam. And those were one of the prominent animals that were in that movie as an animal sidekick. So I feel like that might have had something to do with it. And it's possible that it would be a woodland pack animal too if they went with that rather than something like a more obvious pick like say devil or wolverine. I think if we don't get the Tasmanian devil soon though, people are going to start rioting. Um People have never seen a coati, though. They're basically a much more interesting version of a raccoon. Hasn't the Tasmanian devil been a number one on the meta for almost a year now? It's actually been over a year now that it's been on the meta, number one on the meta. Because we are well past the release date for the Wetlands Animal Pack. So that basically was when the capybara was dethroned. So it's now been over a year. And it's going to be very interesting if we end up with something like the African crested porcupine in this next pack. So that makes things a little interesting. Granted, it'd be also more interesting if they went with something like the Cape porcupine, which seems to be statistically more common in captivity than the North African crested porcupine. All right. I was discussing some of the DLC stuff with Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, and one of the things that he asked was the whole how long the Tasmanian devil has been on there for.
Oh, like a year now, right?
Over a year now, yeah, since we've now surpassed the release date for the Wetlands Animal Pack. So
yeah, wow.
That pack's been out for now over a year, so it's been since then. And I mentioned that it's gonna be very interesting if we end up in this next pack getting a crested porcupine.
Oh, that's possible.
Either North African or Cape porcupine.
Yeah.
I found out Cape porcupines are probably more common in captivity than people realize.
Yeah.
My local zoo, I think, had them signed as African crested for the longest time, but more recently, now they're Cape porcupines and on exhibit. So.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, and then I saw them at I don't think they were on exhibit yet at the Minnesota Zoo when I was there. They were going to be on exhibit coming soon. In their Tropics Trail when I was there. So I don't know how common they are entirely, but they're definitely more common than I think people realize.
I see.
Like with crested porcupines, like obviously the North African species is the most widely requested one in the community because it's like, I'm trying to think which number it's on the meta wish list right now. It's in the top 5 for sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's because it's a big part of the reason is because that the porcupine data mine.
Oh yeah.
Without people totally understanding what porcupine, we might not even be getting an old world porcupine.
Yeah.
People tend to forget New World porcupines exist sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 2 very good candidates for that one, being the prehensile-tailed and the North American porcupine.
Yeah.
North American porcupine probably wouldn't be that hard to make for Frontier, for being honest.
No.
Basically be a modified beaver rig that can climb.
Yeah. What would African be like? Would kind of have to be its own thing, or?
Oh, it's hard because it's like I've heard from,
badger rig?
Possibly badger rig. I'm not sure on that one. Because the other thing too is that they're much more their quills are much more mobile.
Oh yeah.
And I remember hearing that modders actually had an issue with trying to mod an African crested porcupine because the quills actually caused the game to crash consistently.
Oh wow.
So there is a possibility that it might be out of one of the few animals out of Frontier's wheelhouse. But again, I don't know.
Yeah.
That's partly why I've kind of lent a little bit more towards New World porcupines in that regard but again, we also got the 9-banded armadillo recently, which has individually animated bands.
Yeah.
So, plus, of course, the furtherance of the use of alpha planes.
Yep.
With the wildebeest, and the hyena.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe. Again, I'd be very interested to see if they animate quills and how that is implemented.
Yeah.
And I just pray that it doesn't melt down most people's CPUs.
Yeah.
That's that's definitely something to kind of keep that in mind.
Yep.
Yeah, if the type pack is coming, yeah, I can see them including one
Oh.
of the Africans, one of the three crested species, if that's the case.
Here, so I'm gonna be right back again. My cats are just
No, you're
going
fine.
crazy.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
It'd be very weird seeing a desert animal pack with an old world porcupine. We actually have North American porcupines here in Arizona. Granted, they mostly don't occur in mostly desert environments here, so that would still be kind of a weird off occurrence because they do occur in wooded areas here in Arizona because they're very much more linked to being around pine trees. So as a big part of their diet, so that's definitely something to, I guess, bear in mind in that. I mean, we literally got things like the red-necked wallaby, emu, and striped hyena in grasslands pack, and those could have easily been desert animals too. Caracal too would be a very much been a desert animal as well. Well, the wallaby actually not so much desert, more woodland, but yeah, definitely that point there. Yep, that's what I've noticed too at the desert thing. That's why I'm not entirely thinking it's going to be something along the lines of deserts, because they can then maybe broaden their horizons a little bit with certain species. Because most of the true desert animals in game are in the meta are mostly ungulates. The top three being dromedary camel, addax, and scimitar horned oryx. Or not scimitar horned oryx. We got those in game already. The Somali wild ass. So like I could see them doing more of a drier type pack where they could have like Hamadryas baboon, they could have Kirk's dik-dik, they can have kudu, or camel, of course an old world porcupine, maybe collared peccary. There's a bunch of options, and if they decide to do a canid felid, there are a few options on both sides of that as well if they decide to go that route. I could see them with cats doing either an ocelot or a serval. Oh no, it wouldn't be 3 ungulates in one pack. It would really be 2 at the most. That's what we've seen with the animal pack so far. It's only the most they've ever gone is 2 ungulates. Because Southeast Asia, we got tapir and babirusa, and wetlands, we got buffalo and lishwe. So if it was desert, it would probably either be a couple of antelopes, an antelope and a camel, camel and peccary and antelope, that sort of thing. I know that there are some deer that live in arid environments and they're mostly North American species, but at the same time, I don't see that happening. If we get a North American deer in a woodlands pack, it'd probably be the elk/wapiti, frankly. Camel and addax, yeah, but I don't with that. I don't entirely know because like you gotta remember in grasslands we got the wildebeest. That was not in the top 100 in either meta. So that is something to kind of bear in mind. They will always add in animal packs at least one or 2 oddball animals.
Okay, I'm back. Oddball
Right.
animals.
So, because he's saying that most likely ungulates for a desert pack would be addax and dromedary camel, which does have merit, but that might not be what Frontier goes with too.
Mm-hmm.
They could, I mean, camel. I could see them going with that 100% because that's been up there for a while.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other ungulates they could go with for the second one. They can go anywhere from Kirk's dik-dik to black rhinoceros.
Yep.
We don't know. And they could go anywhere from basically I think with them, I think they try to get at least, of the 7 habitat animals, they try to get at least 5 to 6 of them from the top 20.
Mm-hmm.
And Yeah, to say coyote isn't top 100 could be likely. That is true. That is very true. That's why I said it's like, but again, it's like the I don't guess on that. You know, like even tropical pack, we got the Asian water monitor.
Yeah.
And that was in like 200 something. I'm trying to remember where it was in the meta. It was at 200 something. It was way down there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was really odd. It's not a terribly bad pick, especially since they implemented it well. But and it was basically a sorely needed update that we needed for the Nile monitor, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm really crossing my fingers we don't get an Asiatic lion.
Yeah.
Then we start seeing what they're attempting to do, and it's like, oh no, no. Yeah, people were like, I remember people who were complaining a lot about getting the 9-banded armadillo. I'm like, guys, that was the highest armadillo in the meta.
Yeah.
And so they seem to be doing that with some of the least popular base game animals. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
I am almost assuming that the wildebeest was, and maybe to a degree the spotted hyena,
Mm-hmm.
were probably not as popular base game animals to utilize. Well, hyena is kind of a caveat because I've actually seen quite a few speed builds for the spotted hyena, but
Yeah.
you don't really see them as much for the Dial Monitor or the black wildebeest. So you do have a point there.
Yeah.
Actually, it would be nice. That means that would basically be confirming the American black bear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping we don't get another brown bear, though I know some of the European folks want the Eurasian one. Like, we still have 3 species of bear that we would like to have in game that we don't have in game, and we have, like, say, all the big cats.
Yeah.
So it's like, may as well have all the bears. We're down to 3. You know? I'm still not thinking that we're getting sloth bear. I still don't think that's going to happen, but
No.
unfortunately, but I mean, I can see the spectacled bear coming because it's a South American animal.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course, American black bear would be an easy one for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how frequently people use the Formosan black bear in game.
I never do.
But my friend does, but that's only because she likes bears and she's kind of bummed they don't have the American black in game.
Yeah. We need the cocaine bear.
I very much doubt the American black bear. I'm not so sure on that. I am almost thinking they might do both species this year.
Interesting.
Especially if they do something as far left field as the animal pack as being a much requested Highlands pack. I could see them adding South American species, more predominantly South American species. You know?
No! Don't inbreed!
Oh boy.
Get out of here.
Is everything are animals invading your space?
Yes. Okay, good. I sent the mail off. Oh no! I was talking about in-game. Wait, am I streaming?
Yeah, you're streaming. Sorry, I
Okay.
had to look at the comments.
Okay. No problem. No problem.
There you go. Yeah, I had to look at the comments there.
But yeah,
were
it
you
was the
dealing
white
with like?
capybaras again.
Oh no, the capybaras. Oh man, they have no standards.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, I will put the spectacled bear above the black bear if they're gonna do one species. That's more because of South American representation, but I do feel like if anything, I wouldn't mind the guanaco. Let's be honest here. I actually wouldn't. I mean, I know it would be a clone animal, but I really wouldn't mind it. It would be an animal I'd use. maybe it's just because I've actually been to zoos that have them, but
Hmm.
in fact, the one I went to that had them actually had a baby when I was there, so that was kind of cool.
Oh, neat.
And they actually, and so I mean, I could see, yeah, I could see Guanaco, I could see Vicuña too, because there are some U.S. zoos with them. So with Vicuñas, I don't know how common they are in AZA though. I think they're reasonably rare, but yeah, if they do Highlands, I'm still trying to think of what else they could add though. I mean, I guess then that would be a good way to shoehorn Wolverine to a degree, even though Woodlands and Highlands make that equally likely. Maybe Taken.
Oh yeah.
That's one of those ungulates that's very much missing.
Markor.
Like it's one of the few animals from Asia that are very much missing overall.
Yeah.
There ain't much from Asia that's missing, but that's one of the few.
And the Markor, right? The
Markor too, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would definitely be the better alternative to the ibex.
Yep.
Old Country hates that thing, by the way.
The ibex.
He hates the ibex so
Me
much.
too.
I don't know. I think it's because they use the sheep rig and it just doesn't work with a goat.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It really doesn't work with a goat.
I guess you could say that was pretty sheepish of them.
I mean, which is weird because, like, in some instances, when they do certain poses, they work fine.
Yeah.
Like, if they're on the ibex mountain or if they're fighting one another, they're fine.
Yeah.
But when they're just normally carrying themselves, they just look so strange.
Yeah.
Not to mention, they tone down the horns on the males just a little too much.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever seen videos of fully mature Billy alpine ibexes, they have huge horns.
Yep.
And yeah, the ones in game really don't. Patagonia Mara for a desert DLC, I could see that. Them and Greater Rhea, I could see both of those. Because they're dry grassland animals predominantly. Well, Rhea are much more widespread, but Mara are very much a dry grassland specialist. And you say that when saying it might sacrifice the porcupine. Remember, North America, we got 2 rodents.
Right.
We got the prairie dog and the North American beaver. So we did get 2 rodents. Yeah, I think they would actually include both exhibit and habitat birds in this one, honestly, because Desert Pack would be a good way to somehow shoe in Secretary Bird.
Yeah, definitely Secretary.
Somehow.
Yeah. I hope that's habitat. I don't think that belongs in walkthrough.
It's not gonna be a walkthrough animal. That's such a bad idea. It's gonna be. I mean, we have cranes and we have flamingos. Yeah. We can have another stilt-legged bird. Yeah, I mean, exhibit birds though. Like they've been kind of just tossing around hummingbirds, weavers, burrowing owl, that thing. Yeah. Secretary Bird would be nice because it's like we should. I mean, to be fair, it's probably gonna be the only raptor we get in game if we're lucky. So.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely convinced we're gonna be getting individual aviaries that are non-walkthrough. So.
Me neither. We could, but pretty unlikely.
Well, and it kind of turns back to like how, like, say the aviary system in Jurassic World Evolution 2 works. And how they're kind of glorified exhibits minus the looped animations, so they're actually intelligent AI.
Yeah.
It's just not realistic. Because animals don't spend most animals don't spend most of their time flying.
Definitely
there are
not.
Exceptions.
Yeah.
There are exceptions. Soarers tend to. A lot of seabirds do. And again, they also rest on water, but a lot of seabirds spend their time on the wing.
Yeah.
Swifts do for sure. They're very much more adapted for flight than anything else, as are hummingbirds.
Yeah.
But again, with larger birds, like say eagles, parrot, especially like things like parrots and hornbills, they don't really fly that much. They spend more of their time hopping from perch to perch if they can help it, or climbing in the case of parrots.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, that's the one biggest missing one from Grasslands. Yeah, that was was because of the fact that we got the emu.
Yep.
That is the reason we didn't get the Secretary Birds. We got the emu, and that's kind of the thing.
Emu could have waited for the desert pack if it comes, honestly. But I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not complaining, but like that would have made so much more sense.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% certain what they're gonna do with that though, because it's like even 8 animals is still very limiting.
It is. It is.
12. I mean 12 if you're counting the fact that the last animal pack we got 5 individual exhibit species.
Yeah.
That was a pleasant surprise, and that definitely
really
opens
nice.
the door for a lot of things.
Yeah. What if we get multiple species of like some kind of bird, like weavers. Like we
Weavers, various
could get,
species,
like the white-headed buffalo weaver, whatever.
Taveta weaver, village weaver,
Yeah.
orange/red bishop,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Or if they decide to do finches from around the world, they can include species from Australia too,
Right.
like zebra finch, owl finch, that sort of thing. Even like some other African finch species, like the Paradise Weta, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which has
I
their-
think there's potential.
I mean, lest we forget that the three-toed sloth has now opened up the Pandora's box of having sexually dimorphic animals in exhibits.
Yeah.
That is a very important step forward for birds
Yep.
in terms of having them in aviaries.
Yeah.
That's what I was actually worried about, because the Danube crested newt doesn't have a female model, and they're very sexually dimorphic. So the females don't have that crest,
Yeah.
and they actually don't have that broad tail with the stripe either.
Uh.
Those are all male characteristics. Females have a broader tail when they're in breeding because they're aquatic at that time. But like many newts. But yeah, the males are the ones that develop the like bright silver stripe down the tail and that very huge crest on their back.
Yeah.
I was looking in the trade center when Wetlands came out and seeing them. I'm like, oh no, they made them all males. And I'm like, oh, that kind of sucks if this is the best we're going to get for mostly aquatic amphibians. And then we got the axolotl, which is fully aquatic. So,
Yeah.
and to date, the only fully aquatic animal we have in Planet Zoo. I mean, I guess the
Wait.
newt technically too, but
Oh, you're right.
I mean, I guess the newt technically is too, but to a degree too. But yeah, if you're talking about an animal that really cannot go on land without severe harm coming to it, yeah, it's really just the axolotl.
I see.
Which made me like laugh out loud when they did the initial thing for the ambassador animals, and the axolotl was one of them. And I'm looking at this like, this animal would be stressed out and dying right now if this were happening in real life.
Oh no.
And yet, like, the poison dart frogs were not considered for it because they were considered too dangerous to the handlers.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I see.
they're not I'm like, it's going to be the other way around here.
Yeah.
Because dart frogs are not poisonous in captivity,
Right.
but we can harm them very badly.
Yep.
So I get that bit. Not handling. And again, there's also them handling bullfrogs where it's like, you're not going to be able to successfully handle a ranid and not lose it.
Yeah.
It's going to leap out of your hand and you're going to lose it. Like, I spent my week up in Minnesota catching leopard frogs, and my God, are they hard to catch.
Hmm.
And they're a much smaller random than an American bullfrog.
I see.
Yeah, if you're going to Florida, there's bullfrogs everywhere, so that is something to be aware of. They're native there too. Unlike Arizona, they're native there. Arizona, they're not native here.
Hmm.
They're actually a problem. Because they actually will eat basically anything that can fit in their mouth. So, and they're quite large, so that's a double problem. So they not only outcompete native frogs, but they eat them too.
Wow.
Kind of interesting though, because in places like in California where they've been introduced, one of the animals that has not, of course, not been touched has been the Pacific newts. That's because things like rough-skinned and California newts are so obscenely toxic that if a bullfrog eats one, it dies.
Oh, wow.
They're very toxic animal. Those newts are highly. I think that if they are not the most toxic vertebrate, terrestrial vertebrate on the planet, they are up there. At least at spot number 2.
Interesting.
There was actually an interesting story that there were 3 campers that were actually found in I think it was California or Oregon, and they were found dead at their campsite, and there was no struggle or anything. And the rangers were kind of confused because there was no struggle or foul play or even suicide.
Right.
It was all ruled out. Well, they looked in the coffee pot and there was desiccated remains of a newt. Yeah, so they had stewed newt and basically.
Did they try to cook the newt?
No, the newt. They think happens. The newt crawled in there without them knowing.
Oh.
And they'd accidentally basically brewed, poisoned coffee.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing bullfrogs in many zoological institutions. That was the oddball pick for North America, if anything.
Yeah.
Trust me, it is not as bad of a pick as the Goliath frog, and I will die on that hill. Like seriously, there is a reason they have never been kept in captivity, and that's because they die after a couple of weeks. We have not figured out how to take. We've not figured out. They fail to thrive like Goliath frogs do. We don't know why they die. We've started having success with smaller relatives in their genus, but Goliath frogs themselves we've just never had success with. Yeah, most commonly known frog in America. That makes sense. I've seen them in the wild here in Arizona. Didn't get a chance to catch them because technically the duty is you're supposed to kind of catch them and euthanize them, unfortunately. So, because invasive and all that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, it's like again. Yeah, bullfrog is not even the most remotely controversial amphibian choice.
No.
Again, that still squarely lies in the Goliath frog right there every time. Until we figure out how to successfully keep them alive for an extended period of time in captivity, I will die on that hill. What are you building for now?
I don't know. Yeah.
Is it nice? It looks like a nice like old-fashioned, grotto type thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely something I expect from like
San Diego.
Honestly, the ones I remember, San Francisco was the one that had that going on.
Oh, cool.
trend. You talk about the trend of adding the biggest animals. You know, the thing is, if they had like the biggest, there is an impressive frog that is one of the biggest frogs in the world that is commonly kept in captivity. That's also from the continent of Africa too. They could have went with.
Oh, which one is that?
That would be the African bullfrog.
Oh right, yeah.
Or the pixie frog. They could have went with those. Those are very large, very impressive animals that also don't move much, so they've been perfect exhibit animal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of that, did you see the trailer for Prehistoric Planet 2?
I did not. No, I've heard about it though. Actually,
So
I did watch it. Yes, I did.
They went full African bullfrog with Belzebufo.
Oh.
They did it with the whole thing. It's like the last thing was it scaring off a Repenosaurus,
Oh,
like
wow.
African bullfrogs do when they're looking after their young. They went full African bullfrog. I was fully expecting them to do that.
I see.
That was kind of funny. Yeah, and you're talking about the giant otter being the first otter. The issue is that giant otters don't die after 2 weeks of being in captivity. No, that's my issue with the Goliath frog. Actually, the Titan beetle too is the other one I have issues with, and that's not as big of one, but the biggest one, we don't even know what the Titan beetles' grubs look like. Like, we don't even know what their larval stage looks like. To be fair, it probably doesn't look too different from other longhorn beetles, but again, I don't know if that means they've just never been bred in captivity. But again, I don't know what they require, and I never say never with bugs really, because for a while people weren't breeding Goliath beetles in captivity, but now they're becoming more common here in the United States.
Oh, okay.
And I've seen people keeping them. I guess it kind of sucks with like insects like beetles because their adult lifespan is kind of abysmal compared to their like they spend most of their life as a grub. So that's just it's a little disappointing.
Yeah.
I guess it's better than certain moths where, like, moths, they just spend their entirety of their adult lives looking for a mate before they die, so...
Yeah.
That's depressing. I remember seeing... I went to the butterfly garden and saw Luna and Atlas moth for the first time. In both species, that's basically their adult form. Purpose is to just reproduce and then die. Very different from things like sphinx moths, where they actually are pollinators.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's kind of weird, though. It's like, like the Goliath frog in Planet Zoo is probably the least realistic animal choice in game.
I see.
If you go by statistics of them in captivity too. Just double check the chat really quick. Well, I could see Australian people understand and European people saying quals are essential. Because EAZA zoos and Australian zoos, quals are actually common.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, northern quals and I think eastern quals in particular in European institutions. We used to have tiger quals in North American zoos, but we really don't anymore. I mean, and you say that too, and we also have the platypus, which is only place outside of Australia it's found is in San Diego, so...
Yeah.
But I have no problems with platypus, because that's actually they did a really good job with it.
Yeah.
Like, they even fixed one of the minor accuracy issues they had, which is when wetlands launched, when they were underwater, they would have their eyes open.
Oh yeah, I know. They close them.
Yeah, platypus close their ears, nose, and eyes when they're swimming, so
Yep.
they fixed that. So that's actually kind of nice. Yeah, that's the thing. You mentioned echidna.
Yep. That's I guarantee you 100% that is coming.
Yeah, I may as well get the more common monitoring.
Yeah. Like it's okay. It's in the soundtrack, right? Like all the other
Yeah, it
animals
is.
in the soundtrack we have. And at first I was thinking, oh, okay, maybe it's just random like the armadillo. But then we get the armadillo. So I'm like, okay, you know what? This year we're definitely getting echidna, and I stand by that. I think we are.
I thought too with the black rhinoceros and dromedary, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah, with the signs.
Yeah. Those
Yeah.
are like the two animals remaining in game that we don't have representation for in the signage. And no, people, I'm not counting the dodo because it's extinct.
Yeah. Imagine the last DLC, like they just do an extinct animals pack.
Oh, God. I think at that point that I would not be blaming Universal for cutting their contract with them.
Yeah.
I would not blame Universal at that point. I have no issue though with more North American animals. Like,
Well, I mean, what else is there as far as like mammals? I don't think that there's
Australia, it's mostly birds.
Yeah.
There are a few reptiles, but I'm not sure on it.
Hmm.
And they're because they're lizards and a crocodile. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really there's not much left for Australasia. In
Yeah.
terms of reasonably common stuff. I'd say, echidna, devil, tree kangaroo, I'm not counting kiwi because kiwi is technically not an Australian animal.
Yep.
New Zealand's its own thing, people. It's the same thing I say with Madagascar. It's its own thing.
Yeah.
It's its own thing with mostly unique fauna. So, no. Yeah, we have, but maybe another macropod like yellow-footed rock wallaby or something too,
Yeah.
and then maybe another monitored lizard. But that's a big maybe.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, freshwater crocodile is just not very common in captivity outside of Australia. So
Yeah.
there's I can think of maybe two facilities, like AZA facilities with freshwater crocodiles
Hmm.
in the United States, and then like maybe a couple in Europe.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, Omaha Henry Doorly Zoo. Actually, there's three institutions. I think National Aquarium in Baltimore still has freshwater crocodiles.
Oh,
But-
cool.
Omaha Henry Doorly Zoo has them. They've actually had one hatched out last year.
Oh, wow.
And the St. Augustine Alligator Farm also has them.
Oh, cool.
It was weird, this is the interesting thing that people have gotten upset about with at the addition of more North American species. Though it's like why not more North European stuff? It's like it is not our fault that you guys wiped out your biodiversity. Your ancestors wiped out your biodiversity.
Yeah.
It isn't. You guys did the good old college try in the Americas, but you failed. Thank God.
Yep.
I mean, y'all nearly wiped out many iconic, North American wildlife.
Yeah.
Bison, elk, white-tailed deer, even.
Yeah.
Ridiculously common. We nearly wiped those out. Turkeys, alligators,
Yep.
Canada geese, actually, too.
Yeah.
Very nearly wiped those out, too. Weird that not too long ago they were in the same position that Nene is now.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why it's why I've actually been kind of weirded out with zoos adding like lemurs and stuff to their African collections.
Hmm.
Because it's like, yeah, it's off the coast of Africa, but Madagascar is its own thing.
Yeah.
I'd say also add sea otter to that list. Fat naked Jippy Neutron, essential North American animals. I'd say between the two otter species, they would probably be the most likely.
Yeah.
Just because they do have the PR standpoint. They were in Finding Dory after all.
Yeah, that's right.
They were a lot smaller in Finding Dory than they are in real life, though.
Yep.
They were like more North American river otter size, and they're a lot bigger than that.
Yeah.
They're like bigger than most people. Some people actually. It's kind of interesting when like building like these types of these grotto type exhibits, because it's like they work very well.
They do.
And that's why the aquatic pack is such a godsend.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, well, North American river otters, it's partly them being so common in AZA zoos is for two reasons. Reason number one is that they come in pretty frequently as orphans.
Yeah.
And reason number two is zoos do breed them too.
Yep.
So, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think which AZA zoo had North American otter pups recently. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that some had pups earlier this year. So it's like the same thing with like ringtails too, Chari type. They're related. They're somewhat related to raccoons, but they really don't look like raccoons.
Yeah.
Like the only family resemblance they have is the tail. But my local zoo has a male and a female, so we may be having kits in the future. Actually, it's the same reason we have sea otters in AZA institutions. It's their rescues.
Yeah.
If they're not doing, if a facility is not doing active rehabilitation, they're non-releasable. And actually, that is an interesting point too, though, with like people like wanting things like West Indian manatees.
Mm-hmm.
The grand majority of manatees in captivity anywhere are Florida manatees.
Oh, really? Even like non-American places?
Non-American, they seem to be Antillean.
Oh.
Which is Dallas World Aquarium is currently the only facility in the United States with Antillean manatees.
I see.
But most of them are Florida manatees, and most of them are not actually non-releasable. A lot of them are actually active rehab.
Yeah.
Outside of the only places outside of Florida that have rehabilitation for manatees are, I believe, Columbus Zoo, Cincinnati Zoo, and SeaWorld San Diego. I believe are the only ones that do that outside of Florida for active rehabilitation. So that's why they have exhibits for manatees, because they're not just like on-show exhibits for animals. They're ambassadors. They're animals that are, actively being rehabbed to be released.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of how that goes. Yeah, it's kind of interesting though with like North American otters, because the other most common otter you're going to see in zoos here in the United States are going to be Asian small-clawed otters, and we've got those in game already.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's kind of a thing to think about. I am kind of interested as that they went with the giant otter though in the aquatic pack, and that's because they are the largest freshwater representatives of their family.
Yeah.
Again, sea otters are quite a bit bigger, which is still makes me kind of surprised why they didn't go with those instead.
Wait, sea otters are bigger than giant otters?
Yeah, by mass.
What?
Like I said, they can weigh up to 100 pounds.
Oh. And then how much do giant otters weigh then?
I think max around 70.
Okay, okay.
They're the longest members in the Mustelidae, though, at over 6 feet. So
Yeah.
when sea otters kind of max out at around to a little bit under 6 feet. So
I see.
yeah, sea otters are quite a bit heavier.
Aren't sea otters like the hairiest animal in the world?
Yes, yeah, they've got the most hair follicles per square inch, and that's just because they don't have any body fat really.
Yeah.
So they substitute that with fur. That's because it's having some form of heat retention is very important if you're going to be a marine mammal.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's how otters kind of worked around that.
Hmm.
Because even like manatees have a somewhat of a layer of blubber. It's not as thick as like say cetaceans or seals, but
Yeah.
it's there. Yeah, that's interesting too. Is like the last two major pinnipeds that I feel like that should be added to Planet Zoo would be the walrus and maybe the harbor seal.
Yeah. Ah, man, I wish we could do like doors that like open, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
like back
yeah,
here.
I've kind of that would be nice.
And like at night or whatever, they can like open and the animal like goes back to behind the scenes or whatever.
Yeah, that would
Most
also
people
be
don't build
like
that.
that would like need like a rework of the game though. That would probably take way too long.
Yeah.
That's why like shifting stuff is always implied.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, harbor seals is the most common. Yeah, and they're also one of the more common pinnipeds next to California sea lions and zoos here in the United States, at least.
Yeah.
With some zoos having others, other things like walrus, gray seal. Minnesota Zoo still has Hawaiian monk seal.
Oh, cool.
And occasionally there are some Arctic species of it that are present, like harp seals in the past.
Mm.
Not so much anymore. Right, Pittsburgh has northern elephant seals. I forgot.
Oh, cool.
They're like the only facility of northern elephant seals. I forgot about that. They're like the only facility. I don't know if there are any others with them, but yeah, it's probably would be one of the few reasons to visit Pittsburgh if I decide not to just see them in the wild in Southern California.
Yeah.
Because I have not actually been in an area where they've been present, but I could go to like Big Sur or something and just see them in the wild.
Yeah.
Point Defiance currently has walruses, Fat Nick and Jimmy Neutron. I don't know if they've had elephant seals, but yeah, they do have walruses right now. They have half siblings. Both of them have tusks too, so that's actually kind of nice.
Oh yeah, I forgot tuskless walruses are a thing.
That's a thing because their tusks are prone to splitting in captivity.
Oh no.
Because they don't have, as far as I know, they don't have enamel.
Hmm.
And unfortunately, concrete causes it to split. But the two at Point Defiance have actually got metal caps on their tusks, so they still have tusks.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's been one of the biggest issues of keeping walruses in captivity without having to remove their tusks. Is it's because it causes them a potential for infection, and that can be a problem.
Yeah.
Though what's weird is that there are zoos and aquariums in Japan that have like adult walruses with impressive tusks
Oh,
that don't
interesting.
have caps on them. So it's like, how are they doing it?
Special diet, maybe?
No, it's how they're making the exhibit, because the big issue is that a lot of zoos use a lot of different types of concrete, and since
Oh.
walruses reuse their tusks a lot with movement,
Oh,
everything
wait,
from
yeah,
like moving,
yeah.
like touching the bottom to like hauling themselves out,
Yeah.
that's what causes their tusks to split.
Hmm. Actually, I think I've seen one in a Japanese aquarium before. Funny enough.
Yeah, there's quite a few in Japanese aquariums that actually have really good looking tusks. So,
The one I went to
Yeah,
was like
yeah,
super
that's right.
impressive. The aquarium I went to, I forget what it was called, but something Ocean Center in Japan, I think. It
Okay.
was. I maybe it wasn't even called. I don't know. I was like 8 years old when I went there, and for reference, I'm 18, so it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of time if you didn't take pictures.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But like they had whale sharks and stuff. They had, I think, belugas, though I didn't get to see them. Like it was a huge aquarium, like absolutely gigantic.
interestingly enough, whale sharks are not exactly rare in Asian aquaria,
Nope, they sure aren't.
which is interesting because Georgia Aquarium's like the only one here in North America with whale sharks.
Yeah.
So that definitely is a good reason to visit Atlanta. But yeah, Fat Nick and Jimmy Neutron, I think you're correct. I think Pittsburgh's the only one with elephant seals, which is interesting because they're one of the more consistent rescues that the Marine Mammal Center in San Francisco actually take in are elephant seals.
Hmm. What do you guys think should go in here?
Ooh. Maybe a primate?
Okay.
I'd say mandrill, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it reminds me a lot of the mandrill exhibit that we have at the Phoenix Zoo a little bit.
Oh, I see. I see.
Except for like, we actually have like a dry moat along the front side area, but we also have glass viewing.
Hmm.
Which is actually funny because we have like a nearly identical exhibit on the other side for Hamadryas baboons.
Oh, cool.
It's like one side's mandrills, the other side's baboons. What's funny is that the baboons actually have to have almost their entire enclosure like hot wired.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because they're just prone to being escape artists.
Yeah. My local zoo, we have our baboons where our hyenas used to be. I don't-
Alright.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's hot wired, but like it looks like the walls and fences are fairly high, so it makes sense.
Wait, which species of baboons do you guys have?
Hamadryas.
Interesting. You have to be careful with them because they are rock climbers.
Yeah, yeah. We have a little like
That's a-
rock
like,
enrichment in the middle.
Like like they actually had to hotwire the top of the enclosure at the Phoenix Zoo, even though it has a lip overhang because of that fact.
Oh,
They also had to hotwire the entirety of the trees in that enclosure too.
yeah.
just because they're just that prone to be escape artists.
I see.
And they don't have to do that with the mandrills, though.
No!
They just do the flat, like tree guards towards the top to keep them from climbing up too high. That's all they do for the mandrills. They don't do that. The baboons, they just go all out with it.
I see.
Again, I'm kind of surprised nothing has happened, though, because for the amount of school children that decide to antagonize the zoo's male mandrill. One of my issues is that's one of my only real issues with having glass viewing over there, though.
Yeah.
Is that just, you got these bratty school children that just like to antagonize jacks.
Oh, dude, there was like adult people at Busch Gardens that were like antagonizing the lions and hyenas.
That's not nearly as bad as antagonizing a large primate, though.
Yeah.
Like he went full berserk one time,
Oh no.
and he was like running around. He was slapping things. You know, every once in a while he'd stop. He'd do the territorial yawn.
Hmm.
It's like, and I'm seeing these kids doing this crap and like mimicking him. It's like, what are you doing?
Uh-oh, his welfare is horrible. For her.
Yeah, it's
Maybe some climbing frames.
yeah, a few. You definitely could benefit from a few climbing frames with them. You know, maybe some branches and stuff.
Yeah.
They're I don't know how they work in game. They in the zoo I work at the Phoenix Zoo. They really don't have a lot for climbing frames because they tend not to spend a lot of their time in trees.
Yeah.
From my understanding, so that's not as necessary. It's kind of the same thing with the Hamadryas baboons too, because they're more rock climbers than anything else.
Yeah.
They do spend time in trees. We know that because they've had to oh man, look how big that climbing structure is.
Yeah, they were all like,
Seriously,
gigantic.
That's really why I'm glad that the Siamang and Gibbons can use different things now.
Oh, yeah.
So glad that's why they can use different things, because man, that is such an issue.
Ooh, there's the male.
You have the big boy.
Yes. Rafiki.
Actually, we used to have a mandrill named Spock.
Oh, cool.
Because the ears.
Oh.
Actually, let me double check mandrill ears really quick.
Ooh, excuse me.
Alright, that's correct. I thought they had made the ears a little small in the Planet Zoo model for mandrills, but no, it's fine.
Okay.
No, their ears are actually quite small.
Boy, I'm gonna get so many protesters.
Sorry, but lion-tailed macaques are not essentially. I'm actually inclined to agree with you there. I've only been to one zoo with lion-tailed macaques.
Lions.
They are really not common in AZA zoos anymore. I don't know how common they are in European zoos, but they are certainly no longer common here in the United States. That's a nice bit. Those are climbable.
Yeah, yeah.
It's nice that they did that too, because I was like, oh, are those not going to be climbable? And I look and I see the tag. I'm like, yes, they're actually climbable. That's fantastic.
Yeah. And they look really nice even for like decoration.
Oh yeah, no, and they made really good mud walls until we got the slags.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like some of the older zoo enclosures I've seen.
Yeah. Like when I went to San Diego back in like 2020, early 2020, they still had like a bunch of their enclosures look like this. Like some of the ungulate ones, like the eland, Grevy's zebra, Bontebok, or Blessbok. I forget which one that they have.
It's probably gonna be Blizzbuck because Blizzbuck seems to be the most common subspecies
I see.
of Bontebok, so
Yeah.
it's one I've seen. Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, the reason that people are doing that in the forums is because the forums are infested with contrarians.
Yep. And so
It's like a hive mind. It's why you don't see me spending my time on the forums. I'm wondering what's the heat map on that, or what's the traversable area map for the mandrills then?
Oh, okay, here, I just selected. Okay, so it looks like they can... Okay, good, no escape points. Looks like they can climb a little bit.
Okay, so they can climb the tree, and they can actually utilize quite a bit of the exhibit, too. That's nice.
Yeah. You know what, though? I just realized they don't have any regular enrichment. Like, they only have the climbing stuff, which is probably why they're so
it's probably important to give them, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, now their welfare is getting up there. Good. Prisoners, I'm just kidding. Oh god. Hey, come out, buddies. Yeah. Why y'all hiding back there?
Like, we got nothing to do out on exhibit, damn it.
Yeah. Come on, people want to see Rafiki. And, oh god, what was,
It's like McKinney was the name of the mandrill from Lion Guard.
Yeah.
It's funny, I've not actually watched that show, but I've seen the clips of it, so I'm like, how do I remember this crap?
Unfortunately, I did end up watching. Like, I don't know how, but like somehow
I heard the last season was probably the better of them. Honestly,
it was hilarious. Like, somehow I unironically got it. Like, I started watching it ironically, but then I got like addicted unironically somehow. I don't know how the fuck that's possible. Excuse my language, but like what? It was just so bad. Like I kept on, or well, I guess it was more ironic. Like I just went on like I was cracking up the whole time because like there were so many things that just didn't make any sense.
Alright, so Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron. I actually had to explain in very simple terms as to why certain species that are not common in captivity, like the marine iguana, are a bad idea to have in Planet Zoo. And like the marine iguana is a really good one to kind of discuss because is it like did he like absorb himself into the tree? Yes, he did. Oh, that climbing is cursed.
It's very bad.
But the one zoo that has marine iguanas that we know of in Uganda did a little bit of digging on it, and it turns out that it is owned by a guy who is in Europe. And he may or may not be using that zoo as a front for illegal wildlife trafficking.
Oh, it's this one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's not just marine iguanas, too. It's things like Galapagos land iguanas and Fijian crested iguanas. Stuff that I don't think even the EU, with their very lax laws, are allowed to keep.
Oh, man.
Because one fun thing is that in EU and in Canada, you can keep various Fijian iguana species, but not in the US.
I
In the
see.
US, Fijian banded iguanas, for example, are illegal, whereas you can keep them in
Wait, like even in zoos?
Canada. It's because they're ESA they're like ESA blacklisted, basically,
So like,
or
even zoos
like
can't
they're
have them?
part of a blacklist for endangered species that we can't keep. Asian arowanas are in that list too, actually. Which is funny because like their Australian relatives aren't, because they're not endangered.
Oh no, it's gonna do that thing where it keeps on boxing them up whenever they climb. I hate when that
Ooh.
happens.
That's a fun error.
Yeah, like I remember it was doing that with the fossas, or the fusas.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I wanted to show you. Here, I'm gonna save this obviously, but basically we made like right after you left the last time, we made a binturong thing, binturong enclosure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it you know, it's fairly small and all that.
Binturong, not
Yeah, it doesn't really need space.
Binturong.
Yeah, but yeah, it actually ended up working pretty well. It was like right next to the striped hyena because I was like, hey, they're both very like sort of primitive feliforms, if you will. So yeah, or not
Actually,
primitive, but like
I view-
basal.
I view hyenas as quite derived though, just because of their adaptations.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Funnily enough, the earliest branching ones were the feloids, so cats and Asian linsangs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're each other's closest living relatives, but cats are pretty derived.
Oh,
It's
what the
interesting if you want-
Sorry. I was just reading something, like, somebody tagged someone and wrote a fan fiction about them, like, okay. No, I'm not even gonna share that on stream. It's not like, it's not like adult content, but it like, oh my god.
Probably still creepy.
It's very strange, yeah. Oh yeah, so hyenas, and then where's the binturong? There it is. So yeah, basically, we came up with this little habitat.
I love that they changed it. Honestly, I love that they changed the binturong. It looks fantastic.
It does.
I mean, it could get shaggier fur, but I'm not too bothered by it.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the little habitat that we built for it. Fairly small, but well, actually no, it's pretty big as far as binturong habitats go.
It's a decent size for a binturong. Yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah.
It's a little tough to build small for certain animals in Planet Zoo.
It is. I was planning to
don't
have
know
like a
how
breeding
bad-
pair, but it didn't. Like I couldn't find a female on the market at the time.
Oh, look at that! Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
He did the butt. Just scratching. I do wish that like they would be able to use the tail a little bit more though.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's kind of a nitpick a little bit. I know that they can use it on the climbing frame, but
Right.
they'll actually hang from it,
Yeah, that's right.
but with their tail. But it's like they really don't do much else with it. It's more than what we got with the capuchins. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
Yeah. You know what?
Capuchins
Though?
just don't use their tails at all for much of anything.
Yeah. Like, okay, I'm glad there's. It's. What's it? Mama Binturong or whatever. Oh god, that was quite something in that Lion Guard show.
Still a little weirded out by that. I'm glad that they introduced binturongs to a wider audience, but
Yeah.
I mean, they used to be kind of a niche thing because
Yeah.
there really aren't too many zoos that have them nowadays. Even now, even though they're commonly bred and they're
Yeah.
also present in the private sector. Yes, there are people that keep these giant civets as pets.
Yep.
I I still don't know if that's a good idea because I mean they weigh up to 70 pounds. They're not small.
No, they're not.
Not even by civet standards.
Yeah.
I think they're actually the largest civet, from what I remember, largest at least living civet.
Probably. Hey, don't you try anything.
I mean, I know this would be kind of make this a mess, but it would have been nice to actually have the mesh actually be climbable.
Yeah,
But man, would
would.
it create some issues.
Yeah, like I have what's it ceiling for it, like a mesh ceiling at the top. But yeah, that would have been nice to have it climbable. I agree with you there.
Yeah, I could see where that could create some headaches for people though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if it's not closed topped, then yeah.
I mean, I guess to be fair, we now have the ability to toggle stuff off, so
Yeah.
if you really wanted to. They did do a decent job with the movements though for these guys. So I mean,
Yeah, they did.
Oh. It was one of those animals that was afflicted by the moonwalking issues that the clouded leopard still has. So
Yeah.
it's glad that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know how the clouded leopards jump in slow motion?
Oh yeah, well they also moonwalk still too.
Yeah. The striped hyena cubs also jump in slow motion.
Really?
Yep, the baby striped hyenas.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Like he just climbs down one way just to climb up another.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
I
God,
guess
they
whatever
race
works
through
for
it.
him. I mean, it's a separate. I guess it's a separate climbing frame.
Yeah. Oh, it's using its forage box.
That's interesting. This thing's actually using that.
Yeah, that's one of their enrichment items that I had.
Huh. I'm actually kind of curious if people are actually using the forge box to just add enrichment items to, or like just like add like leaf litter to the zoo's exhibits.
Yeah,
Prior
I was
to
kind of
getting
using it for
placeable
that,
leaf litter.
yeah.
I mean, prior to getting just placeable leaf litter.
Perhaps.
Her animation is just kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. Like, that's the thing, you know, with the fossil, like, I'm so happy it got its own animations, but, like, I'm kind of sad they couldn't do that for the hyena. Like,
Yeah.
at least the striped hyena. Like,
They seem to have built that rig from the ground up, from what I understand, for the Fusa.
yeah.
Which is interesting. So that's definitely not the easy route. They could have easily went down.
Yeah.
They could have went just full clouded leopard clone.
Yep.
You know, with all of the problems included with that.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, all the animals in that pack actually had some unique things going for it.
Yeah.
Like even the gibbon has a more of a modified rig now.
Yep. And the river hog, I mean, you know how much I love that one. Like,
Yeah,
oh my God.
that one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Red River Hogs fight too?
I haven't had any fighting going on in my zoos yet, which is good. But I saw the video of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite nice. That's not what I was expecting. I was kind of halfway expecting it to be like a Warthog clone almost.
Yeah.
Which
I
I
like the
guess the
way the walking
Warthog
stuff
fight
too.
itself isn't bad. It's just like it sucks because the model kind of sucks.
Yeah. It does. It's yeah, it's not very good. I know
Yeah, I'm still not
someone.
100% certain what they would have, I could replace the Warthog with for a different base game animal because of just how popular Warthogs are.
Yeah. If they had just done like a better job on the model, that would have been nice.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's odd because some of the animals in the base game are near photorealistic quality, like the giant panda
Yeah.
or even the reticulated giraffe to a degree.
Yeah.
And then there's like some like the spotted hyena and the warthog. They're just really bad.
Yeah. Oh boy, we've got 4 white capybara adults now.
Oh boy.
Yeah. 1 male and
It's like you have an enclosure full of polar bears without the ethical issues of having polar bears in a tropical climate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could be that jerk that goes to Planet Zoo tries to emulate the old Reed Park Zoo where they used to have a polar bear.
Oh.
I still have questions as to why that was even considered.
Yeah.
Like, in the middle of Tucson, Arizona, there was a zoo with a polar bear that was held partly outdoors.
Hmm.
What's the likelihood that Frontier reskins every base game animal within the game's life cycle? Unfortunately, Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron, that's probably pretty low.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, with like the spotted hyena, for example, as Doc has pointed out many times, it's more than just a skin.
Yeah. It's
The
the
rigging,
animations. Yeah.
At the very least, with some of them, I do wish they could just do an updated fur texture. Like with the Black Wildebeest, they could do that and just remove that weird dewlap thing and just replace it with the tuft of fur that's supposed to be.
Uh huh. And the giraffe's tail.
The giraffe's tail too.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, they could actually add fur tufts to the hippo too.
Yeah.
Hippo doesn't have any fur, any hair on the tail, which they actually do have.
Yep. And they've got the whisker things going on.
Oh yeah, they're missing that too, huh? Aren't they?
Yeah.
That's strange.
Ludi actually included it on his hippo.
I know it's. Oh God, could you imagine if they had done had deep diving animals in like the base game, and it was like one of those with like walrus and just didn't have
Oh,
whiskers. If it didn't have whiskers, though, it'd be pretty cursed.
Yeah. Bald walrus.
Basically.
Yeah.
Well, especially since like those whiskers on walruses are a big part of their of the way they live.
Yeah.
Since they use them to look for food. Not even just like an updated skin, just at least the very least an updated fur texture for a lot of them.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Nyala would probably benefit greatly from it, even though it still looks reasonably good. Rather surprisingly good too, being it's a base game antelope, but
Yeah.
I do wish the tail wasn't as poofy, but that's actually I'm neither here nor there on that one.
Yeah. What would you say is like your least favorite base game Antelope? And I think I have one.
Antelope wise, ooh, that's a hard one. Because I do actually like a lot of them.
Like not so much that they were picked, but like model wise or animation wise.
Model wise,
Yeah.
I'd say like rig wise, it'd probably be the Springbok because they don't pronk.
Oh, I see. I see. I was gonna say for me, it's probably the Sable.
The Sable is fine. It is missing a few major things like the main.
Yeah, the main and I've said this for the wildebeest too. I'll say it again for the Sable. The going down on the front legs to fight.
Oh yeah, it's missing that.
Yeah. The way that the male Sable runs is atrocious. I don't know what's up with that. The female actually uses like the zebra's galloping animation, which works just fine, but the males use like the Springbok running animation, and it looks awful. Like
Weird.
it looks really weird. Yeah. But yeah, the Springbok not pronking is pretty sad.
Speaking of Antelope that had unique animations, so I'm curious. The Scimitar Horndoryx in the trailer for the Conservation Pack, they showed them doing that weird combat thing they do when they like have each other like circling each other.
Yeah.
Like when they fight, they circle each other like with their faces to their rump sort of thing, circling, trying to go under with their horns.
Yeah.
They kind of had something like that going on in the trailer, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen that animation.
Oh. Wait, something sounds angry. Oh, the Fossas! They're
Oh, whoops.
They're fighting. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Why did you put a sable antelope in there?
I don't know.
Oh, they're fighting. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's the end fight.
Yeah.
That's the end bit.
Just
And it's a
flips
little
them
it's a
over?
little basically they just kind of tumble and go to end the fight.
Wow.
And beat the living crap out of each other at the end of the fight. It's really interesting.
Oh, I released one to the wild. Good. Off you go.
That's a smart idea.
Yeah. How many do I have in here? Oh, only one. Okay, good. Or only two, I guess. Yeah, two.
That
Okay.
works.
Yeah, the Fusa looks really good.
They did a very good job with it. I was a little concerned.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really surprised we haven't gotten Kudu yet in game. I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really odd we have two species of spiral horned antelope, but not one of the more famous ones.
Yep.
Like we got a famous one with the bongo, but then we got the pleasant surprise that was the Nyala.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. The male sable looks really bad.
I mean the sheen on the fur is fine. It's just as missing. It's mostly missing a robust mane.
Yeah.
Like it's barely got a mane. I mean the tail could use a retexture.
Yeah.
And though I will say I like the glossiness of the fur, I'm not so certain if they're that uniform black though.
No, they're not. They're not. It's like different regions.
Okay.
So like a little. Like I've made plenty of sable models before.
Because like I don't remember ever seeing a sable bull in real life actually look like this.
No, they don't. Like they're not. They're also black. They're not like gray like that. You know.
Yeah, no, they are a black animal.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, part of that is the lighting, but
Yeah. True. True.
because it's a pretty, they really kind of went kind of the gloss finish, which isn't too out of the realm of possibility for them, but
Yeah.
I mean, still, I could have remember seeing bulls with like at least some brown in their fur.
They do, yeah. Like a lot of the Namibian ones, especially, have like their lower legs will be like orange or like brownish.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I would have expected, like especially also like the facial mask too looks kind of weird.
It does, yeah. The female actually looks good though. I'll give it that. The female has like the right
And-
mane length, the right colors. She actually looks decent. The
Is
male is bad.
Does the bull have the same issues with the horns the ibex does?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're nowhere near
They're
big
too
enough.
short.
Yeah.
They look too short. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm glad that I'm not the only one seeing that.
That's okay. So there is a Sable remaster mod, and I'm gonna load that up, but it doesn't fix the horns.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Like the horns seem like kind of a little bit too straight.
Yeah, it's like the horns on the male in this game are like what I saw at Busch Gardens on the females, if that makes any sense.
Well, that's the thing. I'm also. Well, wait. So Busch Gardens only has cows.
Yep, only females. That's
Okay.
all their antelope actually, because like the males they've all done such a good job at reproducing, and yeah. Except for I
Yeah,
guess they have one male impala, but that's it, and then a bunch of females.
Because I've seen sable bulls before in person, like living ones, and
Yeah.
yeah, They don't look like the ones in game.
No, they don't. Alright, here. Sable remaster, load. There we go. I love how, like, okay, they say that they had the giant sable antelope as a variant, but like, at that point you need the bigger horns, like much bigger and much more curved back. Like I'm sorry, that's not a giant sable.
No, that's not. That the horns are still too straight.
Yeah, they're tiny. Like, they just made the
Wait.
facial markings a little different and like made it blacker essentially and shinier.
I'm just a little curious as to what they were what subspecies like they were intending on using.
Yeah, so the remaster mod has Eastern Sable and Giant Sable. Although the Giant Sable again doesn't really look like a giant, but whatever.
But like also like even base game model, it's like I'm trying to think of what subspecies they were basing it off of.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe Zambian or whatever, maybe, but yeah.
Well, it's like I worry too because like I've seen some instances where they've actually based model some inaccuracies or based off of the fact they were using separate species.
Yeah.
The most notable one was prior to it being updated. Is the Egyptian fruit bat used to have light colored irises?
Yeah, I
Like
remember that.
back when they did the initial screenshots for it,
Yeah.
which is a trait actually in straw colored fruit bats, which are a larger relative.
Oh.
Like Egyptian fruit bats actually have very dark colored, dark brown irises,
I see.
where it's like really hard to see the differentiate between the iris and the pupil. And they fixed that. Like they fixed that like by the time the trailer was dropped. They'd actually fixed that. So
cool.
but I'm like worried that they were like looking at like roan antelope
Possibly, yeah. Actually,
because
it looks a lot like a roan antelope, yeah.
Yeah, they're very different. So they're close relatives, but they're very different.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm still kind of shocked that they're actually bigger than sables, but
Oh yeah, yeah, they are.
yeah, I've never seen roan antelope in person, so
Apparently, if you ever get to go to Safari West in California, you know what that is?
yeah,
Yeah, they have roan antelope.
okay. Just weird. It might be just because they have shorter horns.
Yeah. But like size wise, they are quite a bit bigger and heavier.
I do get why Frontier added sable antelope in the base game because they're pretty popular antelope species.
Yeah.
They didn't do it right though.
No, they did. They definitely didn't.
I know some people have issues with the bongo, and I'm still not sure entirely what.
It's just the head is a little weird for me, and again the animations. Yeah, I mean that's a whole other thing though.
Yeah, I can see why people got upset about like copy pasting animations.
Yeah.
I would say the most egregious animal, like copy paste animal, in game has to be the Himalayan brown bear.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't even look like a Himalayan brown bear.
Nope, it sure doesn't.
Well, like I actually also ate my words on that too. I didn't realize that they were actually really common in. Oh, that's a giant sable variant, huh?
I guess so.
They curve the horns a little bit better, which would be fine if it was the original model.
Yeah, and if it was if for the giant sable, if it was like a lot bigger.
Yeah, the horns do need to be bigger if it's giant sable.
Yeah. No, you know what? We're gonna call this one a somber sable. Here, we're gonna name him Somber Sable. I can't wait to
Sable
get the
antelope in real life.
notification. Yeah.
See, sable antelope is in game is built like a Nyala clone. Sable antelope in real life stand up very tall and a much thicker and more triangular neck. Yeah, I agree
Yep.
with you there, Fat Nick and Jimmy Neutron. I've seen them in person too.
Yeah, that's right.
I've seen sable antelope in person, so yeah, I do agree with you there.
And I've
When it walks, it looks very weird. That's actually the case for a lot of animals in the base game.
yeah. Oh god, there's the run I was talking about. Ugh.
Yeah, a lot of. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, that does not work.
No.
Yeah, that's a Nyala run cycle.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's a Nyala run cycle. That just looks strange.
Super weird.
Apparently, they don't have a hitbox either.
Yeah. Nope. They don't.
I guess that's convenient. I mean, is that even accurate in terms of size?
Not really. I mean, a lot of the animals in Planet Zoo I've noticed have like really exaggerated sexual dimorphism. Like, most of it in real life, it's more so in terms of weight than it is in terms of height and length. I've noticed. But like especially with the striped hyena, right? Like if we go over there, the male striped hyena for whatever reason is like twice the height of the female.
They really don't have any differences in size.
No, yeah, like
I can see that from seeing him in person.
yeah, like look at this. Like these are both adults. The female has actually more of a size gene than the male here. And like she's still
bigger.
Huh?
And the male is bigger in the striped hyena in this game.
Yeah.
Wait, because that's like literally the opposite for the spotted hyena in game.
Yeah.
Females are actually quite a bit larger. Which again, I've not noticed a real size difference even in zoo hyenas.
No, because there isn't one. I mean, like other than
Like
weight.
I guess the female at the Waterfield Zoo, like the head was a little more robust, but that's really the only differences I could see.
Yeah, and like I guess
Other
also
than that, there really wasn't much of anything.
yeah, and after they start breeding, the females have more of a flat stomach. The reason for that, it's just because they're whatever the teats are there, right?
Ah, right.
And then they tend to weigh a little bit more on average because of the again the teats, and also they get like more food than the males generally in the wild, especially because like most males are immigrants, they don't really get to eat much. Um, but yeah, like as far as if you were to feed them the same amount and stuff, like that would all come down to individual variation, pretty much.
Yep.
But yeah, in this in the game, um, it's more than just weight because weight isn't really a thing in the game. It's just like
Uh,
yeah, just the height and length is really exaggerated.
The only difference for sable antelope is weight and bulkiness for sexes. It's also coloration too. Females are browner.
Yeah,
That's something they did get right at least. Even then, there's variation with bulls too, from what I understand. So
lots of it. Yeah,
I know that sable calves look pretty much identical as calves
yeah,
to the females. So
yep,
and it actually takes some time for the mature bulls to actually get the black coloration.
yep. It does. Takes a long time. Granted, I have seen some females that are almost black. Like those do exist. There's quite a bit of variation among them.
Yep.
But yeah, the males will generally be. It's a spectrum on both sides really. But for the most part, yeah, the males are black, females are brown.
Yeah, generally the size differences. Yeah, I've never really beyond like weight and like this maybe horn length. There's really not much going on there.
Nope. Yeah. I've animated sables again off of real life footage before. This ain't how they walk, and yeah,
No, yeah, it's a little too.
it's too like down, like not downward, like the front part is too far down. It's just like the hyenas issue in that regard.
That all needs to be further up.
Yeah,
It's a little. That's very different from what I've seen of sables.
yeah.
They stand very erect. They're very. It's. I remember swatching the sables at the two places I've seen them.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let me see if there's any zebras on the market. I wanna. Ah, it's a female that I didn't do the mountain zebra thing to. Oh well. Okay, that's a nice little animation that the antelopes all have, but yeah.
Again, I like the moose's rubbing tree animation the best though.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it like rams the bull like rams a tree.
mm.
after it like done scratching.
Yeah. Oh boy, we got the fat pony here.
Yep. There's the base game Grant Zebra. Oy vey. Yeah, why is the striping not look as weird on this one though? I mean, I know it's still weird because it's just short.
Yeah, so I guess in Blender, for some reason the stripes do look like a little weirder. But like, I guess in game it's mostly okay. There's different stripe patterns that they can have.
Right.
But yeah, this one's mostly alright for the most part.
Yeah, this one doesn't look nearly as egregious as the ones I've seen before.
Yeah. But yeah, it's still extremely chunky.
Yeah, it's still. They based it off of a Shetland pony, it looks like.
Yeah. And like, it's so funny because after the game's launch, you remember Try to Thrive, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was on his Discord server, and I was like, guys, this has to be like one of the worst Superboy models in the game, and they all thought I was like a madman or something for saying that. And I was like, wait, what? Come on.
I'm wondering if it's like the legs are too short.
They're just very thick, short legs. Yeah. Torso is too short. The head is too short for sure. Yeah.
The head is for certain too short.
There's a lot of things wrong with it.
You know, and I thought that zebras didn't do that, but they do on occasion.
Yeah.
They lay down like that on occasion. I actually saw a video from the San Francisco Zoo of their Grant zebras doing exactly that.
Yeah. Oh no, my
It's like they
albino.
don't lay down like that often, but no, apparently they'll do it on occasion.
Yeah. Oh boy, the albino capybara's incested again. God damn it.
You're just gonna have more. You're just gonna have a babies with a gene pool shallower than that swimming pool they have.
Yeah.
And now you
Finally,
just
a
have
male.
Just what?
A male plains zebra, so it's gonna be a mountain zebra. Good.
Oh, good. You actually get the mountain zebra rework.
Hey, that looks much better. Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. We have mountain zebra. Yeah, so I found out too is that the zebras neigh when they're fighting.
Yeah, that's right. They do.
Which I still don't understand why they hadn't fixed that after we got the Shabalski's horse.
Yeah.
You just remove that sound. That's all we ask.
Yeah.
It's like replace it with like either like snorting or another zebra bray or something.
Yeah.
I still don't understand the creative decision behind doing that in the first place.
Me neither. I think it's just to add more drama to the moment, but like it doesn't work.
But it's also like I am almost convinced they were not expecting to add a horse.
Oh, maybe.
I have a feeling that Planet Zoo is lasting a lot longer than the original dev team had expected it to.
Definitely, yeah, yeah. Okay, looks like the zebra actually does have a hitbox, because like it's avoiding the shelter.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
So it might be just a good portion of the antelope.
Yeah.
wonder how high the doorway, how high like a passageway needs to be for them.
Oh, here we go. So, alright, looks like a pretty decent hitbox. Like, can fit like right underneath where its head is.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Or right over it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, all right, there we go. Yeah, that's not bad. It's pretty reasonable. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be quite a bit worse.
It could be like the hairy ant bear.
God, I still don't understand why that thing's hitbox sucks. It makes building for them realistically so frustrating.
Yeah.
Worst part about the moose is it doesn't make noises. Yeah, I've noticed that it doesn't make moose noises.
What?
So it makes a lot of like cattle, rhino, and even like some horse noises.
But why? There's
Like,
so many
moose
good
make some
moose
really
sounds
weird
that they could
noises.
use. Like, you know how they do the you know what I mean? Like,
They don't make that noise in game now.
ah, that's such a missed opportunity.
They make such strange noises when they do, and they barely make noises as it is.
Ah,
Moose as a whole generally just are pretty quiet.
meese.
It's a big part of them being a deer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've heard some of the noises that the moose makes in game. It's kind of unfortunate.
Mm. Oh my god, my zebra shit it twice in a row.
Wonderful. Pray to those people in franchise that have zebras.
Yeah. You better have like a gigantic area for. Well, no, but I mean, yeah, because that would.
Better
help
have a keeper that's good at his job. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Don't make your guests question whether you're feeding your zebras laxatives.
Yeah.
I mean, like, seriously.
Like this zebra.
I'm wondering if, like, that's also a glitch or something.
Yeah, like I swear their favorite hobby ever is to just lay down in their own shit. Like I'm not even kidding. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, that's basically what he's doing right now. Yeah, actually, speaking of zebras laying down, that's the other thing that's just I never totally understood is like when they actually lay down to sleep,
Yeah.
they don't lay down correctly. So they just lay in this particular position that like the zebra is in now,
Yeah.
and just sleep like that, and it's like they actually just kind of lay down on their side.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen that.
That's a horse thing. And even then, horses generally don't sleep often, so
Yeah.
that's kind of one of the joys of being a large hoofed animal.
Yep.
Is you don't need to sleep all that often. And actually, why your zebras are
Yeah. I don't know what they're eating, man.
I would question what your zoo is feeding them. Actually, is there still an issue where like you have animals like eating like the wrong type of food in franchise mode?
I have no idea. Oh boy,
Like-
the
like
incest
there's-
baby capybaras are gonna be born soon.
Oh no. Well, pretty soon we will let loose those infernal abominations.
Yeah. Okay,
Stick
one,
'em on.
2. Oh, only 2? Good.
Yeah. Somehow she popped out a random normal one somehow.
Oh no, that
Sorry,
was
this is
already
not
there. He was just like walking through.
It's not. Unfortunately, that's not how line breeding works.
No, so this one was already there. It just walked through.
Oh. It's like the one normal colored capybara you have.
Yeah.
Can't you just like get rid of the main male and just get another male or something?
Maybe. Oh, I have a better idea.
Oh, maybe it's just stick it in at the jaguar.
Maybe.
I guess you give your guests live entertainment, I suppose.
Yes, that's plenty of
Don't be
entertainment.
surprised if protesters show up.
Alright. Come here, buddy. Jaguar, you're gonna get a lot of food.
I guess he's getting natural enrichment, I suppose.
Yes.
And seeing how fundamentally broken the hunting mechanic is in this game.
Yep. Yeah, let's see where the capybara pulls up this time. It ain't gonna be pulling up no more. Oh, here we go. Oh god, it's phasing through the rock.
You saying not remember the false advertising before launch that said that not one zebra in game would look the same. Actually, from what I understand, the zebras actually do have independent stripe patterns.
Somewhat,
I'm
yeah.
right.
So there are 3 different stripe textures that they can mix and match, essentially.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Which is the most out of any animal in game, I think, because... Uh-oh.
Is the capybara dead?
Not yet. Bro,
No, but you're getting fined.
it's just walking through the jaguar, or running through the jaguar, and the jaguar doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jurassic World Evolution too, if being honest with ourselves.
Come on,
Yeah,
kill it!
Free animal panicking, but the
No! Oh, what? Wow, he actually did it.
oh, hang on, I'm about to get jump scared. Yeah, it's dead. Holy crap, that capybara is huge.
Yeah. 4.2.
It's either the capybara is huge or the jaguar is small. And I'm leaning on the jaguar actually probably being a little small.
Yeah, he's really small. He's only 58%.
Oh, that would make sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, you had fun there. Now time for the vet to cart away the fruit of your labor.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. That's coming.
I am assuming you've probably ruined the day of a lot of Planet children.
Wait, let me check the stat. Huh? Overcrowding. Oh, they all grew up. All my hyenas, the striped hyenas.
They wanting to kill each other now.
Yep. Oh yeah, all of them are grown up. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna store them in my trade center.
Oh, you look mad. That hyena looks mad.
Yeah.
That's a fighting stance if there ever was one.
Yeah. The thing is, like, not to nitpick too much or anything, but like that's That's very much what's it like spotted hyena fighting sense, you know?
Oh yeah, the tail up and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Striped hyenas, they kind of have their tail just like sticking out, if that makes sense. And like the way they fight is actually, I would say, even more intense than like think of it like more like a like, have you ever seen brown hyenas fighting?
I am not actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should. Here, I'll find some videos of it. It's really intense. It's actually, I would say, more intense than spotted hyena fighting.
I mean, I guess it makes sense for a standpoint of an animal that's less social.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess brown hyenas are also kind of in between striped and spotted hyenas in terms of their social structure. So,
Yeah.
I mean, at the base level.
Okay, here, let me send this on Discord. Yeah, they make some interesting noises when they're fighting.
Yeah, I'm probably certain that's going to be noises that keeps people up at night.
Yep.
Jeez. Oh, my good lord.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, he's just... oh, wow. He's just ripping into his opponent there. Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of how certain dogs do this.
Yeah.
Do something very similar.
Yep. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tail down, mane erect, not happy.
Yep. And then chases him off. Crazy.
Yep. Yeah, good. There is also a video somewhere of a brown hyena that was actually cornered by two spotted hyenas
Yeah, I remember
at a
that.
water hole.
Probably someplace in Namibia or South Africa.
It looks like Namibia.
Yeah.
Back to the sable convo. I watched a documentary on them recently, and I learned that sables actually behave and move like horses, more like horses than antelope. Yep, they're actually
Yeah.
nicknamed horse antelope, and that's actually a big part of their genus name.
Yep, them and what's it, roans. Yeah.
Yep, Hippotragus, which literally means horse goat.
Yeah. Isn't that so funny though that hippo means horse?
Yep. Well, yeah, hippopotamus means river horse.
Yep.
And hippocampus is quite literally seahorse, both in the mythological and
Yeah.
literal stance.
Oh, my female sible's actually gonna have some babies.
Oh, cool. I get to see the calf.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't seen it in a long time, so yeah. Should be interesting. Oh, there we. Okay, yeah, the calf looks fine. You a male?
Yeah, it looks like a sable calf.
Yeah. Yeah, they got like the fur, right? Yeah, I think it looks fine.
Yet somehow the male doesn't have a mane, yet
Nope.
the calf does.
Yeah, and the female too.
Wow, that's kind of an oversight.
Definitely. Oh god, a zebra just ran through her.
Yep. Yep. Immersion breaking, phasing into one another.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
say that the
Sorry, go
the
ahead.
grooming animation's nice.
Yeah. The pig is like so small here. Like even the baby sable is bigger than him or her.
That's actually not too far off for Carnivorous Hog.
No, yeah. I'm sure that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Also back to Fat Naked Jimmy Neutron regarding more like horses and antelope. They're not the only hippo or antelope that are like that. Oryx are too.
Yeah.
Yeah, oryx are very similar in that way.
They're also like oryx, sable, and roan. They're all pretty much like more or less the same in the way that they fight back against lions when they're caught.
Yep. Basically, just try stab backwards if you can. If it's on your
Yeah.
so if it's on your ass, just stab backwards. If it's facing you, stab forwards.
Yeah.
Basically, how that works. They also have a very similar horn configuration too. So
Yeah.
Alright, well, I have to go off now because I actually have to get up for work. So
Oh, all right. Actually, same here. Yeah, I have to get it for school.
all right, this was a good stream.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well,
All right,
for anyone still watching, thank you for joining. The next one will I'll probably be working on Into the Jungle, most likely. Probably making some animations for the cat, which you guys are about to see in the next progress video. Should be coming out in a few minutes, and yeah. All right, I'll see you guys later.